Hello everybody and welcome back to my channel. My name is Rux, I'm a Western Tropical Astrologer, and today we're going to be diving into your May horoscopes. And folks, I have to say, May is a month that I really like. I am so looking forward to May, especially after eclipse season. March and April have been pretty chaotic, to say the least. What's going on in May and why am I so excited? So for starters, Mercury is no longer retrograde, and the post-retrograde shadow period is going to end midway through May. Both the new moon and the full moon, both lunations in May, are super nicely aspected. Mars is going to be transiting Aries the entire month, and this transit is really going to help us get things done, especially since the Mercury retrograde also happened in Aries, so throughout April we might have experienced delays, frustrations, miscommunications, transportation not actually going the way that it was supposed to go, so maybe things getting lost, essentially deliveries or cars breaking down and things like that. So Mars is gonna step in domicile in Aries, and not only is it going to help us get things done fast, it's also going to help us get clear on what we want, on what is important to us, and help us just kind of like go for it, I'd say. We've got a big transit coming up. Jupiter changes signs, but I'm going to get to that. Another transit that I'm really looking forward to in May, and this has actually started end of April, is Venus through Taurus. So Venus is going to transit its domicile, Taurus, until the 23rd of May. And Venus is the planet of pleasure and beauty. And in its home, in its domicile, it will encourage us to connect more with our bodies, with our senses, to enjoy nature, to enjoy good food, to relax. I mean, I think we're all in need of a heavy dose of relaxation after April. And speaking of relaxation, I'm sure I'm not alone in this. I'm sure this has happened to some of you, maybe to many of you as well at night, especially in the past, I'm gonna say, couple of months. Eclipse season generally is notorious for this type of symptom, let's say. So in the past few months, when I get into bed sometimes and I just want to fall asleep, my mind decides that it is time to bombard me, literally, with random thoughts, my to-do list, things that I need to make sure that I don't forget. And it's not ideal because it's pretty much preventing me from falling asleep. Now, you've heard me mention aura before, and it is time to give them a shout out once again. Also, I want to thank Aura for sponsoring this video. So lately, Aura has managed to put me into a deep state of relaxation at night through their wide library of sound baths, sleep meditations, and stories. I've actually found that this content helps me relax, unwind, calm down. It really quiets the mind, I'd say, for me especially. So much so that I fall asleep almost straight away. Now, who is Aura? What is Aura? Aura is a new mindfulness and sleep app that won the Best of Apple award, and this app is used by over 7 million people. So it's quite popular, you could say. It's pretty much like Spotify, but for your mind and your soul. It's an all-in-one app for your sleep and well-being. It has thousands of meditations, stories, so much more, like hypnosis, CBT, life coaching, breath work. And the content on Aura is created by hundreds of expert coaches and therapists around the world. It's intelligent, it's completely personalized. It got over 35,000 5-star reviews. It is really good. I have to say this. Now, you've already heard me mention this last year because I have worked with Aura in the past. I'm a big fan of the guided meditations on Aura. And as for meditations that you can do in bed to help you nod off, to help you fall asleep much easier, Jordana Rhimes, the Magical Forest Sleep Meditation, I hope I'm pronouncing her name right, is one of my personal favorites. And also Liz Slonena's content and voice, you have to listen to her voice to really get what I'm talking about. Her voice is so relaxing, I mean, and there's nothing more Taurian, especially since we are in Taurus season and Venus is transiting Taurus throughout April. It's actually a really appropriate time to tune into the types of voices that can be super relaxing for your mind, for your body, for your soul. Also, in case you are wondering, I still meditate daily. It is a practice that I kicked off during my Saturn return. I actually started meditating a few times a week, initially once a week, and then a few times a week, and then I built it up to daily. So yeah, just in case people were wondering if I still do that. Now, why do I like Aura? It's not a one-size-fits-all like other apps. There's a lot of variety, there's so much personalization, and it almost seems like it knows exactly which tracks I like. You can choose from hundreds of coaches, storytellers, soundscapes. In this way, you can basically find exactly what you love on the app without having to like scroll for hours. So we don't want to go into a doom scroll once again on another app on our phones. I also like that Aura is risk-free. What do I mean by that? So essentially, you don't have to worry about waking up in the middle of the night because of ads, because the track that you're listening to is interrupted or there's a changing track. Everything is very carefully curated to guarantee smooth transitions from tracks to background sounds to silence in such a way that these will not interfere with your sleep flow. So I can tell you once again that Aura does the job very well if you're looking to improve your sleep. And you can get started for completely free. Write down, you can get started for completely free on Aura's website by using the special link, my special link, in the description box of the video, but it's also going to be pasted, I mean, you can see it on the screen. The first 500 people that use my link on Aura's website get a free trial, plus an exclusive 25% off. It's gonna go really fast, so you might as well sign up now whilst you're thinking about it. Now, let's go back to our May horoscope, folks. And of course, I'm going to take you through the most important dates in May. I've already flagged what are some of my favorite things going on in May. So let's start with the 1st of May. Venus in Taurus is going to be squaring Pluto in Aquarius. So this is a day in which, especially when it comes to relationships, some things might come to the surface. I'm thinking of hidden information. I'm thinking of secrets. I'm thinking of maybe something that's been going on. I wanted to say underground. Take this metaphorically, not literally. So something might come to the surface that potentially shakes up a little bit a relationship. Now, obviously, for a relationship to work, we cannot ignore things such as crises or sources of frustration. So even if something comes to the surface that is a little bit more, how should we say, it might come across a bit as threatening, I would see it as a good opportunity to lay out all the cards on the table. There's nothing that Pluto likes more than the truth. On the 2nd of May, Pluto goes retrograde in Aquarius, so we're experiencing a slowdown. Let's see at what degree Pluto goes retrograde so that you can be prepared. Let's see, at 2 degrees of Aquarius. So those of you who have in your natal chart planets or angles between 2 to 0 degrees of Aquarius, you're probably going to feel over the next few months this sort of like Plutonian energy kind of retracing its steps over your natal planetary placements and essentially pushing you to integrate some of those maybe significant transformations that you have already been made aware of, folks, that you maybe need to implement in your life. 8th of May, new moon in Taurus, sextiling Saturn in Pisces. I love this. I love this. This feels like a fresh start for the economy. This feels like a fresh start in terms of worldwide stability. This feels like a fresh start in terms of finally feeling like we're building something long-lasting in our lives. Generally, this is a time of good news connected with money, connected with food, connected with general security and stability. And what I really like about this new moon is that the ruler of the new moon, Venus, is going to be in domicile in Taurus. So this is not a fluke. This is not an illusion. This definitely feels like we can connect with the cosmic energy to build something for the long term that gives us a sense of groundedness and stability. 13th of May, the Sun conjuncts Uranus in Taurus. This could be a day or a time, maybe a few days before, a few days after, when the spotlight is being placed on some sort of like technological developments, breakthroughs, the world of maybe social media, the digital environments. On the 15th of May, Mercury enters Taurus, and the planet of thought and communication, the messenger, is going to once again, for the rest of May, have a much more grounded and practical quality. So even the way that we think and speak, and even the way that our mind works, is probably going to be a lot more pragmatic and practical, let's say. 18th of May. Let's see. This is actually a pretty important day. What is going on the 18th of May? We have a Sun-Jupiter conjunction in Taurus. To say that this is a lucky day would be an understatement. It is probably one of the luckiest days of spring, the year. I mean, you name it. You name it, folks. I like this in particular because Venus, the ruler of Taurus, is also in domicile. So it feels like this is a very kind of like blessed, privileged, auspicious day to kick off things, to start off things. Good news once again connected with the economy, good news connected with money, good news connected with matters concerning agriculture, construction, maybe even the physical body at a collective level. Wherever this conjunction is happening in your chart, you are probably going to feel super lucky on the 18th of May, maybe also the day before and the day after. Now, before the 18th of May, however, on the 17th, Mercury squares Pluto, so there might be a need for some let's say, very deep, profound, maybe potentially a little bit challenging conversations. 20th of May, Gemini season starts for the next month, and of course, Gemini topics are going to be very, very strongly illuminated, such as communication, short distance traveling, education, commerce, and so on. 22nd of May, a fabulous day because the Sun in Gemini trines Pluto in Aquarius. So this is a day for us to become aware of, at a mental level, how we need to maybe transform our ways of thinking, of speaking, of communicating. It does feel like we become much more attuned to maybe facts, matters, issues that have been previously hidden or occulted from us, or just somewhere in our blind spot, let's say. This can also be a very good day for the collective in terms of hearing news concerning groups of people and how they're going to go through some sort of a process of regeneration, especially involving education, maybe especially involving communication, especially involving commerce and things like that. 23rd of May, Venus enters Gemini until the middle of June, until the 17th of June. But before that, it's going to conjunct Jupiter in Taurus on the day. Venus-Jupiter aspects are like an expansion of all things Venus. So beauty, love, pleasure, like have fun, splurge a little bit, treat yourselves. I mean, I very rarely say this, but this is actually a day to do this. This is a fantastic time to enjoy traveling, to enjoy connecting with people, to maybe also just kind of enjoy the beauty and the bounty of nature. I feel like for a lot of people, this is also going to bring success financially. So a superb day. And plus on the 23rd of May, we have a full moon in Sagittarius. I suggest looking back at the new moon in Sagittarius happening, well, that happened because it's no longer happening, last year in December, 12th of December, because this full moon in Sagittarius is probably going to bring things to completion. Some of the things or themes or issues that you were dealing with last year in December. And the full moon is in a harmonious aspect to Pluto in Aquarius. So I'm seeing a regeneration. I am seeing a sense of completion and success, maybe at a level that is much more profound, or that is much deeper, and that is much more impactful and powerful than we thought it would be. And 25th of May. Okay, this is super exciting. Jupiter enters Gemini. Jupiter changes signs until June of 2025, folks. So the last time when Jupiter was in Gemini, the great benefic, the planet of good luck, of abundance, of opportunities, of prosperity, the last time when Jupiter transited Gemini was between the 12th of June 2012 and the 25th of June 2013. And before that, between July 2000 until July 2001. So have a think about how your life expanded, how you maybe started to learn new things, how you maybe started to connect and to communicate with different people, how your mind was stimulated in novel ways, how maybe you had the opportunity to travel and to network in ways that you were not able to in the previous Jupiter in Gemini cycles, so June 2012 until June 2013, and of course before that, July 2000 until July 2001, because Jupiter is kind of like knocking at your door and saying, ta-da, I'm here. I can help you grow in novel ways once again. At a collective level, and I'm also thinking here of like things like stocks, for example. By the way, this is not financial advice. Please listen to your gut instinct, your financial advisor, anyone but this video. When it comes to making financial decisions, you are completely responsible for what you do with your money. Saying that, Jupiter transiting Gemini is likely to lead to probably like a significant increase in the value of stocks, especially when it comes to companies that are involved in the transportation sector, deliveries, e-commerce, education, communications. So I am thinking of the social medias of the world, channels of the world. I am thinking of the tools that we use to communicate online, so video calls and things like that. I am thinking of cars, for example, so the value of stocks is probably going to go whoop, like, I was about to say, the sky's the limit. Jupiter is the limit. Jupiter doesn't like limits, so yeah. And also on the 25th of May, we've got a very romantic day. Venus trines Pluto, but this is happening in air signs, so it feels like you're kind of like really hitting it off. For whoever is maybe open to romantic connections, you're really hitting it off with someone on a mental level, and in general, it is a day of fantastic collaborations when it comes to intellectual matters. And on the 31st of May, Mercury conjunct Uranus. I mean, this is a day of disruption potentially on the road, potentially when it comes to maybe deliveries, when it comes to meetings. So I would be a little bit more on the flexible side on the 31st of May, because with Uranus, you never know. With Uranus, it's generally quite unpredictable. So yeah, just kind of like keep your diary a little bit more open, even if you did have a few things already scheduled in. Now, of course, we're going to go into the update for each of the 12 zodiac signs. Before we do that, please, folks, remember to listen to the update for your rising sign, because that is likely to be the one that you relate to the most. And if you don't know your rising sign, if you don't know your ascendant, of course, you can listen to the update for your sun sign. But listening to the update for the rising sign is as close as you can get with this type of like general content, as close as you can get to a personalized reading. Speaking of personalized readings, I am a full-time consulting astrologer. I work with clients one-to-one every day. I do personal readings, personal consultations for clients focused on natal chart interpretation, uncovering your potential, becoming aware of your mission and purpose in this lifetime, and of your lessons and of your soul's intentions, helping you better work with the cosmic energy, so better to align yourselves, folks, with the timeline of your life, the chapter of your life that you're in. So my practice is also very focused on forecasting. I believe that forecasting astrologically is incredibly, incredibly useful when it comes to working with the cosmic tides, so the law of rhythm, rather than against the cosmic tides. And there is a divine timing for everything. I firmly believe that, which is why I am in this field. I'm also very focused on vocational astrology, so career astrology as well as relationship astrology, and I'm a big fan of locational astrology, such as astrocartography or relocation, and I do believe it's a fantastic tool if you are looking to move, to relocate, or even to plan your holidays. If you want to work with me, you can find me on my website, which is writteninthestars-astrology.com. That is writteninthestars-astrology.com. And you can go straight to the services section. And if you're a new client, the option to go for is the 1 hour, 15 minutes Zoom consultation. If you're an existing client, you can go for the 30 minutes follow-up consultation or the year ahead 1 hour forecast if you are a returning client that has come back once a year to work with me, so that you are able to best plan and make the most of the next 12 months. Now, without further ado, let us dive into the update for each of the 12 zodiac signs. My dear Aries, Aries suns and Aries risings, what does May have in store for you? Well, Aries, I believe you're going to like this month. Why is that? Because your ruler, which is Mars, is going to be transiting Aries the entire month. What does that tell us? It tells us that your energy levels are probably going to be up here. It also tells us, Aries, that you're probably going to feel super driven, motivated, and ready for action. And I'm just gonna say it, I believe you're gonna get a lot done this month. Especially when it comes to you going after what you want by yourselves, Aries, because Mars is a very individualistic force, let's say. So you may not have time, you may not have the patience to wait for someone else to join you. You may not have the patience to catch up with others or to allow others to catch up with you. This month, my recommendation would be to have some clear goals, to have a clear direction in terms of action, and then to just go for it. Because, as I said, you've got your ruler by your side, and you're probably going to kind of like tick those boxes ASAP. So this is the transit that I'm probably the most excited about in May for you, Aries. There is another transit that I'm super excited about, which is Venus transiting Taurus. For most of the month, until the 23rd of May actually, Venus will be transiting your second house of income, so it is probably going to lead to you feeling like you attract more money. You are also likely to feel quite valued and appreciated, and your sense of self-worth and self-esteem is going to be up here as well, so it's going to be in a really, really, really good shape. And financial conversations, financial undertakings are probably going to go quite well. There are a few exceptions, which I'm going to flag to you, Aries, but I did want to give you a little bit of a heads up that things are looking pretty sweet this month. I mean, May is, oh God, compared to April, May is probably going to feel like a little bit of a breeze, like an actual breeze, and things are likely to work out in May. April was all about endings, new beginnings. April has been a pretty disruptive month. In May, we are likely to see things falling into place, and we're likely to find solutions. We're likely to feel like we can get the job done. And that goes for you as well, my dear Aries. Now, let's start with the very beginning of the month. I wanted to flag these two significant transits in May, but let's go to the very first day of the month. 1st of May, Venus will square Pluto. I mean, also the day before and the day after, Aries, you might feel this energy. I would be careful. Maybe not to overspend on something just because you want to maybe impress your friends, or just because maybe you want to come across as, I don't know, like super generous, and you might want to please someone, such as a friend or a group of people or even a partner. And there is a possibility that you might go a little bit overboard with the spending, if you ask me. There's also a chance of hidden expenses coming to the surface. So let's say you decided to buy something for your partner or for anyone really, and then you realize, oh my God, not only do I need to pay for this, I need to pay taxes on it. I didn't know that I was signing up for something much bigger, so I would be on the lookout for hidden expenses. There is also a possibility that something might come to the surface that might potentially impact a little bit the relationship that you've got with a friend or with a collaborator. Something might come to the surface that is connected with money in some shape or form, or that is connected with different values and different and a different value system. Then on the 8th of May, but also it's going to be active 3 days before, 3 days after, we have a new moon in Taurus in your house of income, so a new beginning when it comes to money and finances. I am loving this new moon. I mean, I'm loving many things about the month of May, but this new moon is chef's kiss for those of you who are listening to this and not kind of like watching the YouTube video. So, fresh start, new beginning when it comes to money and finances. I do believe your financial situation is looking up. You're either maybe finding yourselves, Aries, in a better place financially. You are likely to feel like your situation is stabilizing financially. You are likely to feel much safer and much more secure financially. A new source of income is also possible. You could decide, for example, also to increase your prices if you work for yourselves, Aries. You could also start working on something that maybe you keep a little bit hidden. You keep it to yourselves behind the scenes in a way, Aries. You could start working on something that is likely to generate really good financial results in the long term. I would think long-term stability financially. This is a great time to start saving for something. This is a great time to start putting money aside for a long-term goal. The universe is working for you, not against you, my dear Aries. And another thing that I like about this new moon is that you are probably going to feel much more appreciative towards yourselves, Aries, and a lot more accepting of maybe qualities or aspects of yourselves that you thought were, weaknesses or vulnerabilities in the past. 13th of May, the sun will conjunct Uranus in your second house. I mean, to me, this day, and also maybe the day before and the day after, might bring with it an unexpected expense connected with fun and enjoyment and entertainment, or maybe also connected with children for those of you who have kids. Now, I do believe you are feeling quite, I don't know, like you're feeling quite good even if you have to spend money. It's probably you having to spend money on some really nice things. All of a sudden, you could also kind of like have this aha moment and say, you know what, I'm gonna buy that tennis racket for my son. All of a sudden. So it's kind of like a lightning bolt moment where you decide to purchase something. Not good, not bad, just neutral in a way. 15th of May, Mercury is going to enter your house of income as well. And it's going to stay there for the rest of the month. Mercury, the messenger, finally goes into exits Aries and goes into Taurus. So your mind and your thoughts and your conversations are probably going to revolve around money, finances, financial security, financial stability, and also maybe potentially investing in your education and in your health. So kind of like spending money on education and health for the rest of the month. 18th of May, the Sun and Venus will conjunct Jupiter in your second house of income. Now, let me just see if I'm having that date right. So let's see. 18th of May. When I'm filming this, Mercury is retrograde, so I'm just kind of like double, quadruple checking everything. Let's see. So the Sun is definitely conjunct Jupiter. So the Sun is conjunct Jupiter on the day, but Venus is actually conjunct Uranus. So it's a good thing that I checked. Well done, Rux, because when I wrote down these notes, I'm like, I need to double check this. 18th of May, the Sun will conjunct Jupiter. We've got a Jupiter Cazimi. What does this mean? I love this day, and I also love the day before and the day after, my dear Aries. Something is happening financially for you that seems to spell out success. I kid you not. Success is the word. It really feels like you are sensing the victory and the increase and the good news, and you're feeling like super confident and super excited about where your material situation is headed. So I absolutely love this. It might also be very clear to you around the 18th of May, maybe also the day before and the day after. It might be very clear to you what it is that you want to invest your money, time, energy, and resources moving forward. And it might be very clear to you what makes you happy on this day. And not just on this day, I mean in general. You might realize, okay, this is what makes me happy. This is the direction in which I want to grow. This is the direction in which I want to kind of like channel my energies towards. This is also what I believe in, and I want to align my efforts and my actions with my beliefs. And it really feels like an aha moment. It really feels like you're going through some sort of an awakening when it comes to what matters to you. It seems to impact also your budgeting, your finances, your income. And it is also a time when you're feeling super confident in what you have to offer to the world. Venus conjunct Uranus is telling me, I mean, I'm liking this also. All of a sudden, out of nowhere, out of the blue, potentially there could be an opportunity to make money with someone. So I'm thinking of a collaboration in some shape or form, or to team up with someone who is going to help you on the material and the financial front. You also seem to have an epiphany around the 18th of May, maybe also the day before and the day after. You seem to have an epiphany around what your talents are, what your resources are, and also the direction in which you want to grow your talents and your kind of like skills and resources in such a way that you will benefit from this in the long term, materially. I'd say it's a superb day. It's like a really good day. Also, as I said, the day before and the day after. I gotta say, I'm really liking this. Take advantage of this time, take advantage of the 18th of May, maybe also the day after, my dear Aries, to have a think about how you can increase your financial situation, how you can maybe position yourselves better, how you can grow and develop your talents. Because it really feels like inspiration is striking in a big way. It's a time when I see inspiration coming together with opportunity and with the right people. 20th of May, the Sun enters your third house for the next month. Gemini season is underway, Aries, and it does feel like the spotlight is going to be placed tremendously on communications, short distance traveling, also on studies, education, sending emails, connecting with people, networking. You might have to make a lot of kind of like short trips for the next month. I'm liking the 22nd of May when the Sun trines Pluto in your 11th house. The 22nd of May and maybe also the day before and the day after is a superb time to connect with friends. It's a superb time to maybe make a presentation. It's a superb time to brainstorm with a group of people, with a community. It's also really good time to maybe prioritize transforming the relationship that you've got with either like a friend or a group of friends or a community that you are a part of. That is very significant when it comes to your long-term future. 23rd of May until the middle of June, until the 17th of June, Venus enters Gemini, also in your third house. So you're probably going to really enjoy writing, speaking, communicating, taking exams. It's a great time to take exams. It's a great time to speak in front of an audience. It's a great time to interview people or to move forward with interviews. Your social life seems to be super enjoyable as well. It's also a really good time actually to purchase cars, for example, or to invest some of your money and finances into transportation. And also on the 23rd of May, active 3 days before, 3 days after, we've got a full moon activating your 3rd house, 9th house axis. I love this. I mean, it feels like you're completing either a chapter connected with your education very successfully in such a way that it has a very potent, very powerful impact upon your long-term future. You could hear some really good news that have a transformative effect upon your future when it comes to your education, but also when it comes to your connection with foreign lands and foreign countries. You could get some really good outcomes around this time when it comes to, for example, visas, residencies, and things like that. For those of you who are involved with kind of like the publishing industry in any shape or form, or with marketing and advertising, it feels like some of your kind of like efforts in this direction. So for example, to like share the news about something, or like publish a story, or run a campaign, it does feel like your efforts are culminating in a beautiful, and I gotta say, very impactful way. This can also be a time when you're traveling or you're making plans to travel in such a way that they will impact your future for the better. They might transform your future. You could also be having some very important conversations for your future, successful conversations with people from different countries, different offices, in an international, let's say, setup. These conversations are likely to be really positively impactful on your financial situation. Again, I keep on banging on about the money, but this is a really good month, money-wise, Aries, just as an FYI. And 25th of May, big astrological event, Aries. It hasn't happened, actually, so this transit that I'm going to share a little bit about hasn't happened for 12 years. Jupiter enters Gemini. So the last time when this happened, when Jupiter was in Gemini, was between June 2012 until June 2013. Before that, July 2000 to July 2001. Have a think about how your life grew, expanded, what sort of opportunities came up into your life throughout these kind of like 2 1-year periods, especially when it comes to the following topics: education, exams, writing, teaching, speaking in front of an audience maybe, communication, transportation, commerce, sales. Basically what's going to happen, Aries, for the next year pretty much. Jupiter the Great Benefic is on your side, and it's going to support you when it comes to taking advantage of opportunities, when it comes to expanding, stretching yourselves, educationally, language-wise, but also maybe when it comes to buying, selling, driving a car, learning a new skill, maybe benefiting from the relationships with your local community, but also benefiting from the relationships with colleagues, also the relationships with neighbors. Jupiter is also the ruler of your 9th house, so it is very likely that from the end of May until June of 2025, you might have a lot of conversations, or you might need to talk, to connect with, to network with, so to interact socially and in terms of communication with people from different countries. And a lot of writing. I mean, if you are in the writing business in any shape or form, if anyone's been waiting to write a book, this is it. Take advantage of this time. And last but not least, important event at the end of the month, 31st of May, maybe also active the day before and the day after. Mercury will conjunct Uranus in your 2nd house of income. Now let's see how this is aspected. I mean, overall, I'm liking it because the conjunction is actually making a harmonious aspect to Neptune. It's making a harmonious aspect to Saturn, to the moon. So what's happening here is there could be some sort of a sudden, maybe expense that you need to take care of, but also maybe a sudden opportunity to talk money, to make a purchase, to make a sale. Maybe if you're looking to sell something, all of a sudden the right buyer might pop up on your radar. So things could move actually super quickly. Your ideas around money are likely to change very drastically as well. I mean, they have probably changed quite a lot in the past year, and they will probably continue to do so until 2026, just as an FYI. And that is Aries. Now, Taurians, before I jump to your update. Give me just 1 second so that I can catch my breath. She said catch her breath, but she's actually drinking water. So, yeah, you know. Okay, Taurians. Taurians, what is going on in May? I have to say this. I've said it before. I will say it again. May is a very, very good month. Literally. I kid you not. It's a great month compared to the past few months of 2024, and especially compared to March and April, especially April. May is chef's kiss. Venus, your chart ruler, is going to be transiting Taurus until the 23rd of May. I like this. Basically, things are likely to go your way. You are feeling valued, you're feeling appreciated, you're feeling good about yourselves, you're in this sort of like bubble, you're feeling the love and the appreciation from others. You're also feeling really comfortable and confident in your own skin in general. There is one exception on the 1st of May. We're going to talk about that, but generally until the last week of the month, it's a great time to just enjoy the present moment, just enjoy the physical senses, enjoy being in this body, enjoy the life that you have created, and really enjoy feeling valued and seen and appreciated by the people that you connect with. Now, why did I say that there is one exception? On the 1st of May, Venus squares Pluto. So what's going on here? There could be something coming to the surface when it comes to your relationship with a boss, with an authority figure, or with a parent, especially the mother. Maybe like a hidden element. Something might come to the surface that kind of like shakes a little bit the relationship. Something maybe that you were not aware of. Something that maybe they were not aware of when it comes to your own life, Taurus. So I would tread carefully when it comes to maybe not being like super adamant about getting your own way or about doing things your way when it comes to the connection with one of these kind of like people. And you could just, I don't know, you could hear something, for example, let's say your boss is leaving the company, or your mom decides to, I don't know, like change jobs, and you could feel a little bit taken by surprise, or it might feel like this was going on behind the scenes, and now it's finally there for you to see, and you might feel a bit left out. So that's the only thing that I'm not necessarily like super thrilled about. The entire month, Mars is transiting your 12th house in Aries. Now, this is not necessarily a problem, but you might not be sleeping that much at all times, just as an FYI, because Mars is action and activity and drive and stamina and energy. And the 12th house is connected with sleep and rest and seclusion, and it really feels like there's a lot going on behind the scenes that is not letting you sleep. Your adrenaline levels are quite high, you're on alert, but you're also you're getting a lot done, I want to say, behind the scenes, Taurus. Potentially by yourselves, even if from the outside to the rest of the world, it might feel like you're just kind of like having a jolly good time and like being like super kind of like comfortable and enjoying life. Let's start from the very beginning of the month, because I'm so excited. I've got so much to say. I realize that I've already started talking about the month, but what else is going on this month, Taurus? 8th of May, active 3 days before, 3 days after. New moon in your first house of identity, the physical body and life direction, sextiling Saturn. And Venus is also sextiling Saturn. I love this. So, what's going on? You're kind of like feeling like you're turning into a new person, Taurians. You seem to be stepping into a new you, a new identity. You're maybe showing up in the world in a different way. Maybe you're changing your looks. Maybe you're showing up in the world and you're embracing a new role, and it shows, and it really seems to make you feel very comfortable about this new life direction and this new identity that are going hand in hand. You're very comfortable because it feels like you're going to build upon this for maybe years to come. You could also start something new when it comes to your connection, your collaboration, or your involvement with a group of people, with a community of people, with an organization, maybe also from work. And it also feels like a friendship might enter a new stage, a more mature stage, a stage of more kind of like groundedness and responsibility. And you could also start working on your body in some shape or form, maybe with a group of people, but you're taking it easy, you're feeding yourself properly, you're nourishing yourselves, Taurians, properly. You're feeling good. It feels good to be you. That's the theme of this new moon. Now, 13th of May, the Sun conjunct Uranus in your first house. So what is going on? It really feels like it's becoming very clear to you, Taurians, how you are breaking away from the past, how you're breaking away from your roots, how you're breaking away from your kind of like ancestry in some shape or form, and embracing a whole new identity, I'd say. So you might be very aware around this time of where you come from, but you might also be very aware that it's no longer going to define you. There could also be something quite sudden happening at home. I mean, that maybe requires you to intervene immediately. So something could kind of like burst in some shape or form, or something could break, but it's okay. You've got this, you can fix it, it's fine. So no need to worry about it. 15th of May, for the rest of the month, Mercury transits Taurus. So you're probably going to feel like it's very easy to express yourselves, to communicate, to send across your message. You might feel like your mind is a lot more active and it's focused on getting the job done. It might feel very easy to find your words in general. 18th of May, the Sun will conjunct Jupiter. Is this important? Yes, it is. It is absolutely like such an important time. So why do I like this? I like this because it feels like you're becoming very aware of your blessings. You're becoming very aware of how much you have grown since last year, since last spring, Taurus. You are becoming very aware of maybe how your belief system and how your mentality and how your life philosophy and how your views of yourselves have changed and evolved, my dear Taurians. It is a moment of significant confidence in yourselves. It is a moment of really you taking a step back and counting your blessings and really feeling very blessed and privileged and lucky overall. And if there is anything, my dear Taurians, that maybe you've been thinking about doing, any sort of like goal that you wanted to set for yourselves, any sort of project that would ask you to get out of your comfort zone, that would ask you to stretch yourselves, Taurians, I mean, I love this day. This is a great day to do this. This is a great day to kind of like get the ball rolling, to start a new adventure in some shape or form. It also feels like you're free somehow. You're feeling free and you're feeling liberated and you're feeling, as I said, very, very, very lucky. And as a result, you might be like, okay, you know what? I'm gonna do this thing that I've wanted to do for a long time. So let's go. Let's go. 20th of May, the Sun goes into Gemini in your second house of income. So I want to say that for the next month or so, during Gemini season, the spotlight is probably going to be placed on finances, budgeting, expenses, but also on your values and how these have evolved potentially. 22nd of May, the Sun trines Pluto, some sort of like significantly impactful, but in a positive way, maybe conversation or development taking place on the financial side. You might be revisiting how you do business around this time, around this day, and you might be kind of like transforming potentially a little bit what you have to offer to the world in terms of profession, Taurians, and it really seems to pay off. You could also be signing like a big client in some shape or form, and if there are any sort of changes happening in the workspace, When it comes to your maybe like boss, manager, or leader, you really seem to be very excited and to benefit from any change at the top. You might also make some sort of an announcement to the outside world. So you might make it kind of like known to the world that your status has changed as a result of the evolution of your home life and family life. 23rd of May, Venus until the 17th of June transits Gemini in your second house. So you might be spending a lot of money on the things that you love throughout this period, but you're also likely to feel quite like a magnet for money at the same time. Money spent on pleasure, but also money spent on the physical body, on things for the physical body, such as, I don't know, clothes, for example, or getting a haircut or something like that. But also you could be spending money on health-related activities, objects, and so on. It really feels like conversations around money are probably going to go very well, pretty much from the 23rd of May until the 17th of June, and it does feel like your financial situation, not that it was in a bad place, but it really feels like it's improving overall. I'm also liking the fact that on the 23rd of May, active 3 days before, 3 days after, we've got a full moon activating your financial axis. Look back at what was going on in your life, materially, financially, but also in the financial kind of like situation of a partner. So a business partner or a life partner. What was going on there? Were there any sort of like news, developments, changes, and so on? Basically what's happening at the time of this full moon, it feels like you are closing a chapter financially very successfully. You're either paying off debt or you are hearing good news. You're kind of like getting the result that you wanted when it comes to a mortgage or an inheritance or a lump sum of money, such as money from insurance or like a tax rebate. You could also be getting a big bonus, a big commission. There could also be a sense of maybe your passive income evolving in a very auspicious way. So I see more money on the horizon. For example, you might look at your stocks if you've got investments and say, okay, things are looking pretty neat, to put it this way. Your partner could also have a big win financially around this time, and you might also agree upon a collaboration, upon a partnership that is mutually fulfilling from a material standpoint for both you and the other person. It also feels like a period of transformation that kicked off last year in December. It feels like this is coming to a close and everything's worked out pretty well in your favor, especially if it involved money and finances and dividing assets and something of this nature. Now, big transit. Keep an eye out for this, my lovely Taurians. 25th of May until June of 2025. So for 1 year, Jupiter, the great benefic, bringer of good luck, opportunities, blessings, expansion. Jupiter will transit Gemini in your second house of income. The last time when this happened was between June 2012 until June 2013. And before that, July 2000 until July 2001. So what is this about? Jupiter is very supportive of you making more money, experiencing increased financial success, but also stretching yourselves financially, my dear Taurians. What does that mean? It means more expenses. From May of this year, from the 25th of May until June of 2025. So Jupiter wants us to take a leap of faith. It wants us to get out of our comfort zone. It also wants us to look at the bigger picture and to broaden our horizons in some shape or form. So if you've been thinking about making money in a new way, for example, by working with new clients, or if you've been thinking about developing a new skill, Jupiter and Gemini loves education. It loves a new skill. It also loves sales. Jupiter is working in your favor and it's likely to help you develop that skill and maybe also help you bring in that new source of income. Jupiter is also the ruler of your 11th house of groups of people. So you are very nicely aspected to make money in conjunction with groups of people or in connection with groups of people, or because you're maybe catering to groups of people from the end of May until June of 2025. I would also be careful, however, because Jupiter in Gemini is considered to be a little bit debilitated. The Gemini energy might scatter the Jupiterian energy a bit. I would also be careful not to spend money on 1,000 different small things, Taurians, but really to maybe have a goal, have a clear goal in sight, and remember to look at the big picture. Remember to have that sort of like greater vision in mind, even when it comes to how you manage your finances, your budget, your expenses, and so on. And Jupiter transiting your second house is also likely to bring a feeling of growth and expansion when it comes to your sense of self-worth and self-esteem, Taurians. So your confidence is probably going to go up. You're probably going to feel like you deserve more, like you are worth more. And let's face it, astrology has taught us a very, very important lesson. The more we think we value, the more we actually make. Now, self-esteem and self-worth is obviously very subjective. Objectively, there might be people out there that, I don't know, are incompetent, but that believe that they are worth a lot. And guess what? I'm sure you know examples. You might have a few examples in mind also. There's quite a few people out there that are maybe not even that good at their job, but because they are so confident and they believe that they are deserving, it is reflected in their paycheck. So that is a very important lesson. Astrology is not moralistic. Astrology is not concerned with, I mean, of course, we have to be concerned with morals, but astrology is neutral. Astrology is just the language. It just describes things. So remember that if you believe that you're worth more and if you start acting like it, you are likely to attract more money in your lives, Taurians. So just keep that in mind. 31st of May, I would be a little bit careful when it comes to maybe being on the road, when it comes to cars, when it comes to driving, when it comes to transportation. Just because there could be kind of like things popping up out of the blue, out of nowhere. You might also very suddenly on the 31st of May, all of a sudden, completely out of nowhere, decide to do something that is connected with your passions, your hobbies, or something fun and entertaining. So out of the blue, you might wake up and say, let's go hiking today, or let's book that trip to Italy. And I mean, if you can afford it, and if you've got the freedom to do so, you are probably going to feel quite free to do whatever you want on this day. Why not? Why not, Taurians? Have fun. My dear Geminis, Gemini suns and Gemini risings, what does May have in store for you? Well, I have good news, Geminis. I genuinely, truly, really, from the bottom of my heart, have to say this. Your luck is growing. Your luck is expanding, Geminis, especially in the last week of May and from that moment onwards. Why, you might ask? Because both benefics in astrology, we've got two benefic planets in astrology, Venus and Jupiter, they're gonna be in your corner. So let me start with Venus. I'm gonna do this thing where I start with the most important transits of the month, even though I know sometimes people don't really like it just because they think it's maybe better to go in chronological order, but I have to give a massive, massive, massive shout out to Venus in Gemini and to Jupiter in Gemini. So let's start with Venus. Venus enters your first house of identity, life direction, physical body, appearance, from the 23rd of May until the 17th of June. And for you, my lovely Geminis, especially Gemini risings, Venus rules the 5th house and the 12th house. So what is that telling me? Well, it's telling me that you are superbly aspected and supported in having a great time, enjoying life, having fun. You're probably going to feel really valued, loved, appreciated, and in the mood to celebrate life from the 23rd of May until the 17th of June, Geminis. I apologize. You're also probably going to feel like the fun comes to you, like you're literally kind of like attracting the fun, like you are attracting the enjoyment, you're attracting the entertainment towards you. Give me just 1 second. Oh, I apologize for that. You might also feel like you are genuinely super attractive in general. Geminis, you might feel really excited about putting time, energy, and thought into your looks, into your appearance, into kind of like dressing up nicely, showing up like dressed up to the nines in the world. It is a great time from the 23rd of May until the 17th of June to invest in your looks, to spend money on it, and to have fun whilst doing it. It is also a great time to attract love and romance in your life for those of you who are single and maybe who are kind of like looking to date, looking to find someone. You're probably also going to feel very magnetic in a way. And just kind of like super, super, super charming, Geminis. And it's also a great time because Venus rules your 12th house. Sometimes between the 23rd of May until the 17th of June, maybe to take a little bit of time off. So to rest a little bit, to go on holiday, to go on vacation, and to just focus on play, fun, and enjoyment whilst you're at it. Now, that is Venus in Gemini. Jupiter also enters Gemini. Jupiter is the great benefic in astrology, so brace yourselves for a year of good luck, really good luck, protection, blessings. It might feel like from the 25th of May until June of 2025, your level of faith and trust in yourselves and in life is kind of like growing through the roof, my dear Geminis. You might be feeling much more upbeat, positive, optimistic, and enthusiastic about journeying through life throughout this period. Speaking of journeys, Jupiter transiting Gemini might actually bring quite a few journeys, especially long distance traveling. So long distance journeys your way for the next year. Remember that Jupiter transits a sign once every 12 years. So the last time it was transiting Gemini was between June 2012 until June 2013, and before that, July 2000 until July 2001. So have a think about how your life expanded, how maybe you grew as a person, how you became wiser, how you took on new opportunities, how you embarked upon new adventures and journeys in the previous Jupiter in Gemini cycle, because you might see kind of like a repeating of themes in some shape or form. It is a great time with Jupiter on your side, my dear Geminis, to broaden your horizons through education, traveling, exploration of different faiths, for example, an exploration of different worldviews, different belief systems. Jupiter is also the ruler of your house of career, by the way, so you are likely over the next year to see some sort of like growth and expansion professionally, and you may feel like you're growing as a person from that, Geminis, growing in terms of accessing potential within you that maybe you didn't even know was there. It is a time of personal expansion, and my recommendation would be to expand either in terms of like knowledge, exploration of different topics, exploration of different cultures, exploration of maybe different worldviews and perspectives, and exploration of different paths and opportunities professionally, Geminis. One thing, I have heard people report on this, so that's why I'm reporting back. When Jupiter transits the first house and you don't grow in a different way, so educationally and maybe professionally and so on, I have heard reports of people growing in terms of weight, so putting on weight. So just so you know, it's a great time to be active. You might feel incredibly generous, much more generous than you have felt in a long time, and you might be feeling eager to like share what you've got with the world. I'm loving this transit, even though Gemini isn't necessarily the sign in which Jupiter feels great. Why? Because Gemini is kind of like stimulated by a lot of like different maybe sources, topics, and so on. And Jupiter likes to look at the big picture. So it might sometimes feel like you are kind of like bombarded with, or let's put it this way, like sometimes you want to take on a little bit too much. Too many kind of like endeavors, too many trips, too many classes, too many courses, too many opportunities career-wise. So remember to pace yourselves a bit and to kind of like prioritize and be realistic, not exaggerate, Geminis. So these are the two transits that I am the most excited about for you. It's a great time. It's going to be a great time, Geminis. I kid you not. I will be on the lookout for the comments from Geminis, Gemini risings, Gemini suns on this video. I mean, we have to remember that this is a year-long transit, Jupiter in Gemini, so you're probably not going to feel the effects straight away, but you might feel straight away the change in mood and in kind of like the way that you see the world. And there's kind of like this feeling of finding even more meaning in your life over the next year, Geminis, which, let's face it, we are all creatures that seek meaning. It's so important to know why we do something. What is the purpose? What is the meaning of it all? So that's why I love Jupiter transits. I mean, there's going to be some astrologers out there that, I don't know, they don't speak in such kind of like positive terms about Jupiter. Maybe because, I don't know, they might have a little bit of an afflicted Jupiter. I don't know. But for instance, Oprah has Jupiter in Gemini, and she literally has built an empire in a Gemini field, which is talk shows, communications, reading. I mean, like, I know she's got the book club. I know she still has it. Journalism. Gemini rules over journalism. I know she's got kind of like many preoccupations and roles, and she's done many things throughout her life. But yeah, what I was about to say is sometimes you might hear astrologers say that, Jupiter isn't that great, and especially a Jupiter in like Gemini that doesn't feel that good. But the great benefic is the great benefic. So if we start talking in not such friendly and nice terms about the great benefic, then what hope do we still have in this world? So yeah, maybe this is going to be very controversial, but I'm going to be that person that says, don't listen to those who talk bad things about Jupiter. Of course, expansion without structure is insanity, right? So we need structure, we need boundaries, we need some sort of like limitations. We can't just kind of like grow incessantly, because things would blow up, right? But at the same time, enjoy your Jupiter transits, folks, and make the most of them. That's just my bit of advice. And I know astrologers should not give advice, because astrology is not astrology is just the language. It doesn't make choices for us. But this is me, Rux, as a human, making a recommendation. Take it or leave it. Of course, we have free will. So I'm gonna go back to the beginning of the month, rambling over. Here I am, doing the forecast for Gemini, and you can hear me like talk and ramble and deviate from the topic. So let's go back to the forecast. 1st of May, Venus squares Pluto in your 9th house. There might be something that is a little bit off maybe when it comes to traveling. If you are traveling, or if you are, let's say, trying to like rest and have a good time and just kind of like enjoy the slow pace of life, there could be something that pops up that draws your attention immediately. Maybe something that you need to solve, like an issue, something connected with traveling, or something connected maybe with legal matters, or potentially also something that is brought to your attention in connection with children, and it kind of like disrupts a little bit your rest, so to speak. 8th of May, active 3 days before, 3 days after, new moon in your 12th house, my dear Geminis. New beginning when it comes to your spiritual life, your mental health, maybe also the things that you do in private, in isolation, in seclusion, away from the world. This new moon is in a nice aspect to Saturn in your house of career. So what is this telling me? It's telling me that you're starting to build some sort of a foundation behind the scenes. You're starting to work on something, and to kind of like to lay the groundwork for something that is going to be very important, very significant in the long term for your career, Geminis. Whether that is maybe some important conversations that are happening behind the scenes, whether that is you developing a new skill, whether that is setting some new goals or intentions, whether that is maybe deciding to put less pressure on yourselves career-wise, Geminis, or maybe that's also you deciding to do kind of like a thorough cleanup in your private life and get rid of the things that have been acting as obstacles or as deterrents in your professional life. This could also be the time maybe when you start a new practice that is supposed to reduce the amount of stress in your life, Geminis, such as yoga, for example. A new practice that is meant to ground you and that you do by yourselves, Geminis, maybe to cope with some of the pressures and the demands of the external world. It's probably going to help very much if you decide to do this. So I would recommend go ahead and do it. 13th of May, you might have some sort of an epiphany, an aha moment, maybe connected with one of your blind spots. You might realize how you've been sabotaging yourselves, Geminis, and realize, oh my God, I need to free myself of this very suddenly, very kind of like lightning bolt out of the moment, out of the blue moment in which you decide, I'm gonna divorce myself from this aspect that has been causing issues in my life, and maybe I wasn't even aware of it up until this point. So there's kind of like a big spotlight placed on this energy, Geminis. 15th of May. For the rest of the month, Mercury will transit your 12th house. Mercury is your chart ruler, so you might be feeling ready to rest, Geminis. I'm just gonna say it. Mercury is going to be in your 12th house until the 3rd of June. So essentially, it's a great time, as I told you previously, with Venus also on your side from the 23rd onwards, to maybe schedule some time off, schedule a holiday, schedule a few days away, maybe even like a weekend. You might also be focusing on kind of like dealing with matters behind the scenes a lot and maybe not sharing all of this with the outside world. 18th of May, Sun conjunct Jupiter in your 12th house, a blessing out of nowhere, maybe connected with your career, but maybe also connected with a partner, a collaborator, a relationship. Similarly, you might also realize that there is kind of like someone or something that was working in your favor from behind the scenes, supporting you either career-wise or when it comes to a collaboration. Something could also come to the surface in a big way, connected with a partner. You might become aware of maybe something that's been unfolding behind the scenes. You might also realize, you might have an epiphany and realize how you have been sabotaging yourselves, Geminis, in your own relationships, and as a result you can kind of like make a clean cut from previous, let's say, behaviors or thought processes, and there's also a possibility that this is a day when someone reaches out to you and says, let's work together. I would consider this because this person may have a very important impact upon your future, but I would also dig a little bit deeper, maybe do my due diligence really thoroughly, to kind of like to find out who this person really is or what their agenda really is, because it does feel like there's a little bit of a hidden element here as well. Venus is also going to be conjunct on the 18th of May, also active day before, day after. It's going to be conjunct Uranus in your 12th house. You might find out something very sudden, very kind of like out of the blue, very much out of nowhere, maybe about a romantic interest, or potentially about a child, something that you did not know about. This could also be the time when you finally detach and disconnect from like an old maybe romantic connection, maybe someone who you kind of like had a platonic thing for. And 20th of May, Gemini season starts. For the next month, your energy levels are probably going to go up, but nevertheless, as I said, it might be still a very, very good time to also plan some time off. It may feel like the spotlight is on you. It may feel like a lot of conversations are focused on who you are, how you show up in the world, and your life direction. You might also feel like you're getting a lot of attention for your mind and your intellect and anything that you've got to say. 22nd of May, the Sun trines Pluto in the 9th house. It could become very clear to you how you maybe need to change your mentality, how you need to change your worldview and your life philosophy if you want to grow in a direction that feels very empowering on a personal level, Geminis. Also some sort of like successful maybe connection, collaboration, or conversation with someone from abroad, or a successful maybe intellectual undertaking connected with legal matters or with academic matters. So let's say if you have been, I don't know, like applying for a scholarship connected with your PhD, let's say, you could hear good news around the 22nd of May. 23rd of May, active 3 days before, 3 days after, we're going to have a full moon in Sagittarius. I was like trying to say that Venus has already entered Gemini on the 23rd of May, and also on the same day we're going to have a full moon in Sagittarius. So a culminating point connected with your relationship and collaborations sector. So when I say relationships, I am referring to both personal relationships such as marriage, but also I'm referring to business relationships. I'm referring to business partnerships as well. It feels like a partner, so either a personal partner such as a husband or a wife, or a business partner is letting go of something. You might decide to kind of like you yourselves, Geminis, might decide to end the collaboration, end the connection with someone who you've been working with, maybe someone who you had some sort of a financial kind of like connection with, which is why I'm thinking either you are paying this person for their services. So for example, you might decide to stop working with your therapist, let's say, or you might decide to stop working with your old financial advisor, or you might decide to stop working with a client that has been in your life for quite some time. There's also a chance that a partner, such as your husband, your wife, might let go of something for you. I'd say they might let go of something maybe that is important to them, so that you can together, maybe as a couple, kind of like transform your lives in a manner that feels very empowering for you on a personal level, Geminis. So it does look like this, and this could also be the time for some of you who are maybe not in a relationship yet, where someone kind of like comes knocking at your door, metaphorically speaking, and says, listen, I want to be with you, you are my ideal partner, and it could kind of like come out of nowhere, Geminis, but that doesn't mean that this is not a good choice for you. Let's say, on the contrary, they might actually be a really good choice. 31st of May, you might have an epiphany, you might have an aha moment, also day before, day after, maybe connected with your past, with a family member. There could also be something kind of like breaking in the home all of a sudden, especially of a technological nature that needs to be fixed. I would also be careful on this day on the road, and when it comes to kind of like transportation, and I would also be careful for scammers and thieves on this day, just because it might all of a sudden kind of like happen that someone tries to take something from you, or you realize, I don't know, I was having this conversation with a client, that your car mirror is missing. So something like this could happen. It could happen. It's a possibility. Nothing major, but it is a possibility. And that is Geminis. Now let's talk about Cancerians, Cancer suns and Cancer risings, like yours truly here. What's going on in May? A great month. I have to say this. I've said it before. I'm going to say it again. A really, 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 really good month. Why is it such a good month? Because we're going to have Venus transiting her own sign, Taurus, until the 23rd of May. Mars is going to transit its own sign, Aries, the entire month. What does that mean for you, Cancerians? So, pretty much until the 23rd of May, you're probably going to enjoy being in the company of friends. You're probably going to enjoy any sort of interactions with communities, groups of people. You're probably going to feel super appreciated amongst your friends, and also in kind of like wider group setups. It's a great time to be social. It's a great time to reconnect with friends. It's a great time to host friends at home, so to welcome friends into your home. It's also a great time maybe to make plans of a social nature together with family members. The only exception to that would be the 1st of May, and maybe also the day before. Why? Because that's when Venus squares Pluto, and there could be some sort of a kind of like a minor crisis in a relationship with a friend or with a family member, connected with maybe some sort of a social event. And this could also be a day when you hear some sort of like secret, and you could feel a little bit maybe betrayed because you didn't have access to this information. A secret about a friend, or about some sort of a future plan that a family member has made. There could also be some sort of a big expense that you need to make connected with a social occasion, and I think maybe you were not prepared for this big an expense. It doesn't mean that you don't have the money. You probably do have the money, but it might just kind of like feel a little bit intense, let's say. But nevertheless, Venus loves being in Taurus, so enjoy this transit, Cancerians. Mars in Aries the entire month. You are a literal machine career-wise. You are go career-wise. There's no one kind of like hustling like harder than you. There's no one pushing harder than you professionally. There's no one more driven and more motivated to go out there to make things happen, to take the lead. You are likely to do best professionally if you are taking the lead and if you are having a high degree of autonomy and independence career-wise. You're also likely to feel very clear on what you want from your professional life moving forward. Some of you, let's say, maybe are retired, so you might be wondering, what does this mean for me with Mars transiting my 10th house? You may feel like there's a lot of action, because Mars is action, and an activity happening in the public life sector. So a lot going on outside of the home, you having to interact with people outside of the home, and you maybe also having to put energy into contributing to the community in some shape or form, contributing to society in some shape or form. However, we have to remember that we're talking about Mars, right? So if you don't have the ability to move freely and independently and autonomously professionally, or if you don't have the ability to maybe take the lead professionally, there is a chance with Mars in your 10th house that you might get into some conflicts at times with bosses, managers, figures of authority, especially around the 29th of May when Mars conjuncts Chiron, maybe also the day before and the day after. But nevertheless, if you have something to say, I feel like you're really going to stand out and stand up for yourselves, Cancerians. And let's put it this way. I mean, I know anger and assertiveness, it's so interesting because anger has a really bad reputation. Being self-assertive is seen as, I mean, it's a long conversation. It's seen as a good thing, maybe if you're, I don't know, like a man, but it's not necessarily seen as a great look, I don't know, on a woman. I mean, like, obviously society is becoming more open-minded, or at least that's what we like to think. So there can be mixed feelings about this. I like Mars because Mars is super clear on what it wants and on what it does not want, and it does not take any sort of BS from anyone. So if someone's getting on your nerves, I mean, maybe it is better to just kind of like say it as it is and call them out, and also maybe realize that you no longer want to be in that position where you have to take orders from this person. So maybe it's anger is a fantastic motivator. So maybe it's a great motivator for you to say, yep, you know what? Boom, I am gonna go and start off my own business if a manager or an authority figure annoys you this month. Just as an FYI. So yes, conflicts with authority figures may be possible because you're likely to be quite blunt and direct and honest and straightforward and very clear about what matters to you and what you want in a professional environment. Which, again, you do with this information whatever it is that you want, Cancerians. There is a big astrological event happening in May, which I am going to jump to, and then I'm gonna go in kind of like chronological order, so please don't hate me for doing this. 25th of May until June 2025, so for the next year, Cancerians. Jupiter, great benefic, bringer of opportunities, good luck, expansion, is going to transit Gemini in your 12th house. Jupiter is the ruler of, let's see, of your 9th house and of your 6th house. So what's going on? Jupiter expands everything that it touches. You are likely to experience an expansion of 12th house activities over the next year, such as maybe studying, reading, writing, behind the scenes. such as maybe thinking a lot about your subconscious, about your blind spots, about how you've been maybe sabotaging yourselves, Cancerians. You might also feel very drawn to learn and to study and to broaden your wisdom and your perspective and your horizons when it comes to spiritual matters, mystical matters, past lives, maybe also the collective and the collective subconscious. But it feels like a lot of this is happening once again behind the scenes, because let's face it, the 12th house is the house of things that are happening behind the scenes, that are happening in the background. Jupiter in the 12th house might also magnify your blind spots. So it might kind of like expand upon your blind spots and upon the ways in which you have been self-sabotaging Cancerians, especially when it comes to your health, your work, and your belief system. So if you sometimes encounter maybe, how should I say, this feeling that maybe small issues that did not used to bother you in the past now are becoming these sort of like big triggers, it is a prompt from Jupiter to say, okay, read into that more, learn more about that, investigate that further, become aware of your blind spots and outgrow them, and kind of like find that sort of like greater meaning so that they are not an issue anymore. There is a possibility that from the 25th of May until June of 2025, you might decide, maybe because you're reading, studying, learning, and kind of like becoming wiser, you might decide in sort of like a behind the scenes way to slowly but surely phase out an old job out of your life, or kind of like decide to do less of that. Even if you don't do it immediately, it feels like your interest is peaked someplace else, and over the course of the next year, you might decide, I'm gonna leave this type of job behind, or this type of service behind. There's also a possibility that you might experience quite a bit of traveling in the year ahead that connects you with forces, energies beyond the 3D reality, beyond material reality. So, for example, you are superbly aspected to travel to retreats, to travel to temples, monasteries, secluded places, and if you wanted to maybe spend some time off potentially in a secluded place of this nature, or in a secluded setup of this nature where you read, you write, you learn, Jupiter is very, very supportive of this, I'd say. The 12th house is also very much connected with closure and letting go. So over the next year, you might be letting go of old beliefs, old mentalities, or old worldviews, old opinions connected with work, connected with health, and maybe also connected with what the meaning of life is, I'd say. And you could also be doing a lot of mental kind of like, I don't want to call it work, but yeah, maybe work is a good word. On your mental health, on your emotional and spiritual health, and on your spiritual sustenance, Cancerians, throughout this period. The last time when Jupiter was in Gemini was between June 2012 until June 2013. So have a think about how maybe you prioritized, experienced growth and expansion when it came to your mental health, spiritual journey, and also this process of kind of like releasing and letting go of old beliefs and old ways of self-sabotaging yourselves, Cancerians. Now, I'm going to share something. The last time when this transit happened, I fully, maybe discovered is not the right word. I was fully sucked into the world of astrology. So I want to say that astrology found me. I mean, obviously I knew about like horoscopes and my sun sign before that, but it was in 2012 that I started formally and officially studying astrology. So yeah, I basically like started learning a lot of this behind the scenes, and it wasn't necessarily something that I was sharing with others. And funnily enough, it was through, so my first teacher was someone who I met via work, but then I kind of like studied with her, even though we were working together in a behind the scenes way. I was learning something that was not connected with my work at the time in any shape or form. So I thought that was super interesting. So let's go back to the beginning of the month. 1st of May, Venus squares Pluto. I've mentioned this. 8th of May, active 3 days before, 3 days after. New moon in your 11th house. New beginning, maybe when it comes to friendship. Maybe a friend is experiencing some sort of like fresh start. New beginning also when it comes to your collaboration with a group of people, with a community of people. You might start working with a group of people that is based abroad, or might start working more kind of like formally. You might make some sort of a long-term partnership with an organization that has international ties in one way or another. And this is also a time when I see you setting goals for the future, and I dare say that you're probably going to benefit from the support of someone wiser, older, maybe older, not necessarily, maybe more mature or more experienced. So like a teacher, a mentor, a guide, a coach, or even like an advisor of some sorts. 13th of May, Sun conjunct Uranus. I mean, all of a sudden you could bump into a friend out of nowhere, or you could hear something connected with a friend that takes you by surprise. That doesn't mean that it's a bad thing, but it's just something that might come out of the blue in your life. This is also a day when you might have an epiphany about what you want your future to look like and what you don't want it to look like. And as a result, you might free yourselves, Cancerians, from an old vision, an old view of the future. 18th of May, Sun conjunct Jupiter. Big moment. I love this. Also the day before and the day after. Fantastic luck, good luck. Let's put it this way. Connected with money, finances, so your financial situation, but also with friends, communities, and groups of people. So there could be kind of like a sudden stroke of luck hitting you out of nowhere, because Venus is going to conjunct Uranus on this day as well. This sort of like sudden stroke of luck, maybe coming towards you from an organization that says, let's work together, let's do big things together, we want you to, I don't know, join our team, we want you to work with us on these sort of like big projects. You are probably going to feel very lucky and very blessed and very privileged to be in the vicinity and to be in the spotlight for these people or for these communities and organizations. Massive expansion of your audience is also very possible around this time if you have an audience in any shape or form. So let's say you have a business that caters to like a particular, I don't know, portion of society, and you might experience a massive kind of increase in terms of your audience on this day. Good luck making its way to you via a friend, very likely, and it can very much be connected with work, or with money, or with both. And also sudden opportunity to travel as well around this time, Cancerians. Very auspicious, very, 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 very auspicious day. It's also a great time to take a leap of faith in the direction of a future maybe that scares you a little bit, but that feels like it's exactly the type of future that would be like a dream come true. 20th of May, the Sun enters your 12th house for the next month, so it kind of puts the spotlight on rest, retreat, a little bit of isolation, taking some time off, sleeping, but also kind of maybe putting a lot of mental energy into activities behind the scenes. 22nd of May, maybe also day before, day after, active, this energy, the Sun trines Pluto. Fantastic news connected with investments. It could be a great day if you have investments, but remember, this is not financial advice. You are completely responsible for your financial decisions and for your money. This could be a fantastic day if you have investments to consider taking in the wins. So to consider, I don't know, selling some stocks or some cryptocurrency if you're in that space. This could also be a really good day of auspicious developments and very kind of empowering developments when it comes to a partner's finances. So if you are in a relationship, if you are in a partnership, for example, your partner could experience a big win materially, and you might be getting a lot of peace of mind as a result of this. You might feel okay, this money is going to help us solve XYZ problem, and we can also kind of enjoy it. So it's looking really, really, really good. 23rd of May until 17th of June, Venus transits your 12th house. So really a good day to rest, to enjoy vacationing, to enjoy time off and to enjoy the time that you spend behind the scenes, or to enjoy the time that you spend away from the world. You might feel like you want to get a little bit away from the world throughout this period, because there's like just so much happening in your own kind of like private life and in your own sort of like privacy. In your bubble, that you don't necessarily want to maybe engage or interact. There is a possibility that something could be brewing behind the scenes of a romantic nature. So maybe you've got like a new kind of like romantic interest, but you're not necessarily presenting this person to the world. 23rd of May, also active 3 days before, 3 days after, we've got a full moon activating your work and service and health axis. So this full moon, my apologies, is very nicely aspected to Pluto. What I'm sensing here is you are completing a job, you're completing a project, you're getting some sort of really empowering result, some really kind of like potent result job-wise. So you've probably done a fabulous job. It is time to breathe and also kind of like rest and catch your breath and relax for a while. Maybe something that has been causing issues, that has been a source of crisis at work, is now fully kind of like solved and fixed and over. This could be a time when you get like a really good maybe like bonus or commission from work. Also maybe a time when it feels like a health related crisis. So if you've been trying to solve something health wise, is kind of like coming to an end, and you are feeling like your health is being transformed and regenerated for the better, I'd say. And this could also be a time, if you're looking for a different job, when you could get that good news that your work life is going to change, because sky's the limit and you are, I don't know, like going to step up professionally, and your efforts are being recognized. I'm also liking the 25th of May, when Venus trines Pluto, a very romantic day. I mean, I would also say that it's a very kind of like passionate day to, I don't know, enjoy intimacy with a romantic partner behind the scenes, and I don't know, like talk all night and not leave the room. It may feel like you've got like a very powerful mental connection with someone that you're attracted to. And also 25th of May, fantastic day for investments, especially to like take your wins. And 31st of May, Mercury conjunct Uranus, sudden news coming from a friend, maybe a friend kind of like all of us out of the blue, all of a sudden says, you know what, I've left my job behind, or I've kind of like decided that I'm going to do something else altogether. And that is May for you Cancerians. My dear Leos, Leo suns and Leo risings. What does May look like for you, Leos? Well, May is a great month. I've said it before, I'm going to say it again. I'm going to keep on repeating this thing, Leos, throughout the whole of this May horoscope. Why is May such a good month? We've got Venus transiting Taurus in her own sign from the 1st of, well, the entire month pretty much until the 23rd of May. This is very supportive of your career growth. Leos, it's very supportive for you professionally when it comes to relationships built in the in your career space. If you need to get anything out of a boss, client, authority figure in your professional sector, you're probably going to get a yes from them. So if you need to negotiate, if you need to have important conversations, if you need to have, for example, I don't know, like interviews or make presentations, your boss is probably going to be impressed. You might also, not just career-wise, but in general, you might feel very valued and appreciated and admired in a public setup, Leos, throughout this entire period. I'm also liking the fact that Mars is going to be in its own sign the entire month, Leos, and Mars rules your 9th house and your fourth house. But Mars is going to be transiting your 9th house. What does that tell me? It's telling me that any sort of like action and energy that you are putting into 9th house topics, such as traveling, academia, connections with foreign lands and foreign countries, legal matters, broadening your horizons. So any sort of energy that you're putting in this direction, Leos, it's probably going to pay off. It's probably going to work out really well, especially if you are doing this by yourself. So if you have a lot of like independence and autonomy to go about these areas and topics however you see fit, Mars is saying, come on, let's get this show on the road, folks. Let's make things happen. Mars actually makes things move super fast, so you might experience an accelerated pace of events and circumstances unfolding in these areas. For example, if you were waiting to hear back from, I don't know, whether you were accepted for your master's degree or not, you might hear back this month. So things are going in this sort of like straight, speedy kind of like line. You might also feel very driven and motivated to stand up for what you believe in this month, Leos, and to defend your beliefs. Now, these are two transits that I'm excited about. Now let's go back to the beginning of the month, and let's take the most important events, astrologically speaking, in chronological order. Let me present them to you. So, 1st of May, Venus in your house of career, public status, and public reputation is squaring Pluto. There is a possibility that something might come to your attention, something that was buried, something that was hidden. When it comes to a business relationship, when it comes to a professional partnership, something might come to your attention, and it is possible that you might feel like it affects a little bit your status, your image, and your reputation out into the world. Some sort of like secret is coming to the surface, something that was buried or something that kind of like held significant power might come to the surface, and you might feel like your career maybe is impacted a little bit by this. For example, you might hear that one of your biggest clients is leaving, or you might also hear that your boss is leaving, or you might hear that your boss has been taking some sort of action behind your back, and you might feel potentially a little bit betrayed. There's also a possibility that something within your own romantic sector, if you are in a romantic relationship, if not, you can ignore this part, might come to the surface, and it might be very visible for the outside world to see. Is that making you feel good? No. Because we are having a square aspect, and squares involve tension and friction. Does that mean that you should ignore it? No. Does that mean that you should address this issue in your romantic life? Yes, because otherwise it can really kind of like rattle your peace. And I know that you are maybe inclined to maintain the peace and to maintain and to preserve stability for the sake of your reputation around this time, but this can become a little bit of a tiny nuclear bomb in your relationship. So I would say don't get squeamish, deal with it head on. 8th of May, active 3 days before, 3 days after, we've got a new one in your house of career. This is super exciting because it's a new beginning professionally. It could be you stepping up, you taking on a new role, you stepping up the career ladder, but it could also be maybe you deciding to grow in a different direction career-wise. So maybe deciding to start focusing on like a new industry and start investing time and energy into that new industry professionally. It feels like a new chapter is kicking off because a new moon is the seed moment. When it comes to your professional life, it's a chapter that maybe involves some sort of transformation, but it's a chapter where you have the support, the long-term support of a business partner or of a client or of a collaborator, and you also seem to have the long-term support when it comes to finances from someone who is by your side and who is helping you make this sort of like new chapter a successful reality from a material standpoint, from a financial standpoint. You might also have some sort of announcement to make to the world about your status. So if your status has changed, for example, let's say relationship-wise, if you are now in a relationship, you might announce it to the world. You might present to the world, listen, ta-da, I'm in a relationship and we're engaged, or something like that. You might also kind of like embrace some sort of a new role in the public life. So this is not necessarily about career, but this is about your public life. So your life outside of the home. You might say yes, for example, to being on a board of directors, for instance. This could also be a fresh start, especially for your mum, Leos, maybe she's going through some changes in her life, changes that also impact her finances, but it does feel like there is a way to build stability in the long term in this new direction. So I'm liking this. I'm absolutely liking this. Could this also be a time when maybe, I'm going back to the professional side of things, when maybe you're agreeing upon a new kind of like bonus or commission, I don't know, like format. So maybe your percentages are going to increase if you are working on commission. Yes, it is possible that you might be able to do this. 13th of May, Sun conjuncts Uranus in your 10th house of career. Two things could happen here. You might have a shocking announcement connected with your career to make to the outside world. There could also be some sort of like shocking, disruptive development in your professional life, connected with a boss or with an authority figure or with leadership in general. Or this could, for example, be the time when you hear about the company being bought or purchased. So the company that you're working for being purchased. It feels like your identity is very strongly shifting around this time, Leos, as a result of the changes and of the growth and of the developments that are happening in your professional life, but also potentially as a result of the changes that are happening in terms of your status. So if you have decided to get engaged, for instance, it really feels like you're stepping into a new identity altogether. 15th of May, for the rest of the month, Mercury transits your house of career, so your mind is going to be focused, once again, mind conversations going to be focused on professional matters, but also on matters connected with your public life. 18th of May, really good day. I told you I'd like May. There's so many things that I like about May, but the 18th of May, maybe also the day before and the day after, is a fabulous day. Why? Because the Sun will conjunct Jupiter in your house of career. Really like massive kind of like good luck, massive expansion, massive opportunity are some of the keywords that come to mind when it comes to your professional life. So there could be some sort of like fabulous kind of like growth that is unfolding for you career-wise. There is kind of like a sense of you becoming increasingly confident about who you are turning into from a professional standpoint. There could be some sort of like an unexpected opportunity to maybe team up with someone professionally. A massive increase in your status, both professionally but also in general in the world. Something could happen out of the blue in your career that puts you in a really beneficial position. So I'm going to give you an example. Let's say that your manager leaves, right? And that leaves an open spot that you can step up into, and it feels like a stroke of luck. I'd say, even if you did not see this, coming. Could you be traveling for career purposes around this time? Yes, that is also very much a possibility. Could you be connecting or collaborating with people from different countries, international kind of like background or something like that? Yes, that is also very possible. This is also a great of day fun. It could be day fun, but it could also just be a good day of fun together with the people in your professional sector. It feels like a time of celebration, Leos. I really have to say this. Let's see. 20th of May, for the next month. The Sun transits Gemini in your 11th house, so the spotlight is going to be placed on your goals for the future, plans for the future, as well as your social life and the connections that you're making with friends. 22nd of May, Sun trines Pluto. I'm liking this because it feels like you are aligned with a partner, be it a life partner, such as a wife, husband, or with a business partner or an advisor. You're very aligned with someone of this type when it comes to long-term goals for the future. And it also feels like someone who's got a lot of power can help support you accomplish your goals and your plans for the future. So this is a superb day, my dear Leos. It also feels like your relationship sector is changing and evolving, and you are feeling really confident and proud of how things are turning out in this direction. 23rd of May until the 17th of June, Venus transits Gemini. You're likely to really enjoy your social life, connecting with friends, being out into the world, being active within communities or groups of people, speaking in front of audiences, speaking in front of groups of people, speaking in front of, I don't know, like an entire, I don't know, a room packed with colleagues and co-workers and like-minded individuals. 23rd of May, we've also got a new moon happening. My apologies, a full moon. I apologize if I said new moon. A full moon happening in the sky, activating the 5th house, 11th house axis. So this full moon is harmoniously aspecting Pluto in Aquarius. I feel like this is a time of celebration. You are probably having good fun. You are probably having a fabulous time because it feels like you have maybe overcome some sort of crisis, or maybe like a partner has overcome some sort of crisis, and it's definitely reason for celebration. You could be celebrating with friends. It is a fabulous time to enjoy life, to have fun, to play, to do the things that make you happy together with someone else, together with a partner. This could also be, for some of you who are not in a relationship, the time when a romantic relationship turns into something much more serious. For those of you who have kids, this could be a time of celebration together with your partner when it comes to the achievements of children. And it also feels like this full moon is likely to indicate the successful completion of a creative project that involved collaboration, that involved a great deal of emotional intensity as well, with a group of people, maybe in the professional space. But I repeat, it feels like things have turned out fantastically. 25th of May, big transit. Something that hasn't happened in the sky in 12 years. I mean, for 12 years. I apologize. I'm filming this when Mercury is retrograde, and I feel like today, as I've been filming this, sometimes I've just kind of like used the wrong words, or maybe not necessarily conveyed things in as clear a manner as I would have liked to, but bear with me. I'm gonna make sure that the message gets to you. So Jupiter transiting Gemini hasn't happened for 12 years. Jupiter transits a sign every 12 years, approximately 12 years. And the last time when Jupiter was in Gemini was between June 2012 until June 2013. So look back at how your life grew, expanded, what sort of like adventures, opportunities, and good luck made their way to you, Leos, throughout that period, summer 2012, summer 2013. Because you're likely to experience similar opportunities, similar growth, similar protection, similar good luck from the 25th of May of this year until June 2025. Jupiter transits your 11th house. So what does this tell us? So it's telling us that you're probably going to make more friends, that you're going to benefit probably from your friendships, that you're probably going to have a lot of fun with friends because Jupiter also rules your 5th house. This is a fabulous time to study with groups of people, to learn from communities, to learn from larger organizations, to travel with friends, to learn from friends and with them. Also to maybe connect with like-minded individuals who have the same passions and hobbies that you've got, or potentially that have the same goals of a financial nature that you've got, my dear Leos. So your social life is probably going to go through the roof. New friends, more friends, an increased audience, an expanded audience, and really just, it feels like you can benefit from this tremendously when it comes to enjoying life, but also when it comes to maybe financial matters, I'd say. Careful not to try to do too many things at the same time. So careful not to try to, I don't know, join all the clubs, all the organizations, and just kind of like scatter the energy, because Jupiter in Gemini can be a little bit scattered. It might be overly stimulated mentally, let's say. So that's the only thing that I would recommend. I also like the 25th of May in general because it's a very romantic day, and it feels like you've got a very strong connection with someone who is also like a very good friend. But it feels like you have a very kind of like good way of collaborating on this day, no matter what the goal is, or no matter what the topic is. And 31st of May, Mercury conjuncts Uranus. I mean, sudden news coming from a boss or from your mom. There could also be some sort of sudden unexpected news making their way to you, making its way to you, Leos, connected with your pay and your salary. So I don't know, for example, overall you're kind of like going through a lot of growth career-wise. So that's why it's hard for me to think, oh, this is bad news. But there could be, I don't know, something that you need to kind of like change in terms of like financial approach, maybe because taxes have increased or something along those lines. That's a possibility. Virgos, Virgo suns and Virgo risings. May 2024, what is going on, my lovely Virgos? May is a fabulous month, Virgos. Compared to April, May is a breeze. I have to say it. I will say it. You're gonna have a lot of good fun, Virgos. I kid you not. And you're also going to benefit. You're gonna start benefiting this month from the presence of the great benefic in your house of career. So let me just start with probably the most important transit of May, Virgos. 25th of May until June of 2025. So for 1 year, Jupiter, the great benefic, the bringer of good luck, of opportunities, of expansion, is going to transit your career sector. This hasn't happened since 2013. So the last time when this happened was between June 2012 until June 2013. So have a think about how your career grew, how you maybe took on new opportunities, how you stretched yourselves, Virgos, professionally throughout this period, because a similar period of growth, of expansion, of good luck, of blessings, and of opportunities is making its way to you. Now, how can you take advantage of this transit? It is a fabulous time to step up professionally with Jupiter transiting your 10th house. It is a fabulous time to learn new things, maybe to grow in terms of knowledge, in terms of education, in terms of skill set, and also in terms of maybe language, as well as in terms of connections professionally. Jupiter transiting your 10th house is very supportive of you taking a leap of faith career-wise. So for example, if you wanted to, I don't know, open your own business, or if you wanted to become a teacher, or if you wanted to kind of like to test the waters and to step into maybe like a new sector, Jupiter says yes. Jupiter is the yes planet. And sometimes people say, oh, I haven't experienced any sort of like blessings or something like that. I'm sorry. Today I'm feeling extra sarcastic. My Mars in Gemini is starting to show its fangs. So people sometimes say, oh no, I did not experience like Jupiterian blessings or whatnot. Sometimes a blessing, and I think we really need to remember this, a blessing is things going exactly as we want them to go. So a blessing is no obstacles. A blessing is no delays. A blessing is no blocks. And remember that we make our own blessings. So take advantage of Jupiter transiting your house of career, either through growing, expanding, saying yes to new opportunities, stepping into a new sector, or stretching yourselves. And remember that blessings don't just come from the outside. Blessings are kind of like self-made. So Jupiter says, yes, you've got this, you can do it, you've got my support. I know, I realize I'm personifying Jupiter. I love that. But Jupiter is not going to throw an opportunity into your lap. Jupiter in Gemini wins opportunities through speaking, communicating, reading, sending emails, sending messages, networking. So if you want to make things happen career-wise, Virgos, do the Gemini thing. From the 25th of May until June of 2025, in order to benefit from Jupiter's support and blessings. So either you study something, or you send emails, or you talk to people, or you network, or you grow intellectually, because that is going to pay off. I'm so passionate about Jupiter, I kid you not. I know some people are really cynical about Jupiter, but I mean, if we're gonna get cynical about the great benefic, then what is the point of life? I know, I'm very dramatic, but we have to recognize good things and hope when we encounter it, because otherwise we can be cynical about everything and we become nihilists, and what's the point? What is the point? So that's probably one of the most exciting transits of the month. Venus is also going to transit your house of career, Virgos, from the 23rd of May until the 17th of June. So if you want to step up professionally, if you want to make a splash, if you want to make a big presentation, if you want to take a chance and maybe reach out to, I don't know, that big executive that you want to work for, do it, because Venus is also on your side. From the 23rd of May until the 17th of June, you are benefiting from the appreciation and the support of authority figures, of bosses, of those in positions of power. You're likely to feel really good and to have a great time in the spotlight, especially in a professional sense, but also in terms of you being out into the world in your public life. By the way, both Venus and Jupiter transiting your 10th house this month, Virgos, are saying, even if you're not working formally, so even if you're not in like a job or anything like that, maybe you're retired, Venus and Jupiter are saying, go out into the world, make an impact on society, get out of the house, connect with like-minded individuals. It's going to be great for your self-esteem. It's going to be great for your relationships. It's going to be great for you finding a stronger sense of a stronger kind of like feeling of meaning in your life. And if you do plan to do anything publicly, speak publicly, I don't know, present something publicly, this is the time to do it. Last week of May. And also pretty much with Jupiter on your side until June of 2025. But the last week of May is very, very, very potent. What's interesting is that on the 23rd of May, active 3 days before, 3 days after, we also have a full moon. So point of culmination, activating the 4th house, 10th house axis. So the axis of public life, or let's put it this way, private life versus public life, home versus career. This full moon is very nicely aspected to Pluto in your 6th house of day-to-day work and health. So what's going on here? Some of you could be maybe moving for work-related purposes, or receiving some sort of like good news connected with your job, with your work, with your career that allows you to make something happen. Maybe to, I don't know, like buy a new home or renovate the home. Maybe now you've got the money. It feels like your job sector is changing as a result of developments potentially also happening in the home and in the family environment. So let's say, for example, you've decided to like change countries. You've decided to move abroad, and of course you're going to experience changes work-wise, but they seem to be positive changes. They seem to be auspicious changes. I wouldn't be surprised if you were already having some really fruitful conversations about, I don't know, like job offers or things like that. You might also complete around the 23rd of May, give or take 3 days before, 3 days after, some sort of significant work around the house, around the home, or connected with the family. So if you've been renovating the house, if you've been looking to move, some people could move around this time, or purchase a home, or sell a home, or finalize a project connected with a home. So you could be completing a work around the house, and maybe you're also inviting people in and kind of like sharing the news with the outside world. And if a family member has been experiencing, especially a parent, any sort of health related issues, this full moon is probably how should I put it? My view on this is that a crisis is coming to a close, is averted, and things are coming to a culminating point, in a sense that the worst is over. Maybe the family member has gone through, I don't know, like surgery or something like that, and now they're starting to feel better. And of course, the day-to-day is going to look different for them. But the important thing is that they are in great health, I'd say. And last but not least, you would also travel to see family members, or family members could travel to see you around this time, and it may feel like you're having a very productive, I don't know, like encounter with them, Virgos. So I realized I started with the end of the month pretty much, but the end of the month is very important. It is really a time to take advantage of, and it's really a time to count your blessings, and it's really a time to go out into the world and share your news and make big announcements, and also expand kind of like the view that the outside world has of you, and you expand upon your status and your reputation. And do this with a great deal of confidence, because things are probably going to work very much in your favor. Now, let's go to the beginning of the month. 1st of May, Venus squares Pluto. A relationship at work maybe is a little bit sketchy. Maybe it's not working exactly as you thought it would work out. There could be some sort of a cultural difference or like a language barrier or something of this nature that is getting in the way. Something could also come to the surface at work. Maybe you realize that a colleague has been doing a bad job, and you discover like a mistake or something, and you might be wondering, should I talk to them? Should I not talk to them? If I talk to them, maybe it's going to impact my relationship with them. I would not rush into anything, let's say. 8th of May, active 3 days before, 3 days after, new moon in your 9th house, sextiling Saturn. I'm liking this. New beginning maybe in terms of worldviews, belief systems, mentalities, especially when it comes to your views upon relationships, your views upon partnerships, collaborations, but maybe also your views upon working with others. So I feel like you're thinking about relationships differently. You're putting relationships in a different perspective. You might welcome in your life a counselor, an advisor, a therapist, a coach, a mentor, a sage, someone who can help you make things happen, who can help you accomplish tangible results connected maybe with your health. It could be physical health, but it could also be mental health. It does feel like you are benefiting from kind of like the help of someone wiser and more experienced around this time. This could also be a time when you experience a fresh start. That involves traveling, or that involves connections with foreign lands and foreign countries, maybe for work purposes. A partner could also experience a fresh start, maybe connected with their education. So let's say you're in a relationship and your partner decides to sign up for a master's. They're probably going to get good news connected with their application. And I do believe you're probably quite supportive of this also. So yeah, it's looking good. 13th of May, unexpected news connected with traveling, but maybe also connected with legal matters. Similar kind of like energy on the 31st of May, so 13th and 31st. There could also be, so on the 13th and on the 31st, there could be sudden unexpected news and developments connected with academia, legal matters, courts of law, but also news connected with traveling. So if you do need to travel around either the 13th or the 31st, I would be prepared for disruption. I would be prepared for things to change quite kind of like out of the blue, let's say. I am also liking, however, the 13th and the 31st of May, because it feels like you can break free, you can liberate yourselves, Virgos, from old beliefs and old mentalities that are no longer authentic and that are no longer serving you. 15th of May, for the rest of the month, Mercury transits your 9th house, so you're probably thinking, speaking, and I don't know, like maybe even like reading about traveling, academia, higher education, but also maybe philosophical or political matters. 18th of May is a really good day. It's a very lucky day. The Sun conjuncts Jupiter in your 9th house. Some sort of like massive kind of like good luck, blessing, making its way to you, maybe from foreign lands, foreign countries, maybe connected with courts of law. It could also be something that comes from like a court of law, like a piece of news from a court of law. Maybe something about your home, your real estate sector, but maybe also about relationships. A very, very kind of like lucky moment. If you hear from someone out of the blue, let's say, someone contacts you and says, let's team up, let's work together, I would really consider this, because it can lead to massive, massive, massive growth. This can also be a time when you have a significant epiphany on what the meaning of life is for you. So it could be like a very philosophical moment. Sudden unexpected opportunity to travel around this time. Sudden unexpected opportunity maybe to expand upon your studies and your knowledge. I am also liking this because it feels like your partner is going through significant growth as well, especially if you are in a partnership, if you are in a relationship, my dear Virgos. You could also be feeling super lucky and blessed and privileged to be in the relationships that you are in. Someone could also have a very important lesson for you on the 18th of May, a lesson that maybe makes you feel a lot more hopeful and optimistic and positive about the future in general. 20th of May, Sun enters Gemini in your 10th house, so pretty much Gemini season is all about career, public life, public kind of like sector, and how you make an impact upon society. 22nd of May, the Sun trines Pluto in your 6th house of day-to-day work, some sort of like successful connection and collaboration in the workspace. If you have been implementing any sort of like changes on a day-to-day basis at work, but maybe also in your health sector, it really shows, and it shows in a beautiful way. So you can kind of like show off the results, I'd say. I would also, I love the 22nd of May as a day maybe to make big announcements, like significant announcements about your professional life, but maybe also about your health and your day-to-day. So I would kind of like take advantage of this day. If there are any changes happening, which there might be in the workspace, but also in the health space for you Virgos, they are probably going to lead to some sort of an increased level of regeneration and beneficial transformation, Virgos. So it is looking pretty good. And I'm also liking the 25th of May, Venus trines Pluto, successful collaboration, and kind of like in-depth, profound mental collaboration that turns out really well, maybe with a colleague or with a coworker or with a client. And that is May for Virgos. My dear Libras, Libra suns and Libra risings, what does May look like for you, Libras? Well, I've got good news. A lot of them, actually. What I like about this month, Libras, is that Venus is going to be in its own sign. Venus rules you, Libras, and it also rules Taurus. Venus is going to be in its own sign until the 23rd of May. I also like the fact that Mars is going to be in its own sign, transiting Aries in your 7th house of relationships. What does that mean? So let's start with Venus. Venus, the entire month until the 23rd of May, is going to be transiting Taurus in your 8th house. What is that telling me? It's telling me that things connected with money, especially shared assets, shared finances, shared resources, so money or kind of like assets that you have in common with someone else, such as a partner, your partner, your husband, your wife, or assets or resources that you have in common with, let's say, a business partner. So issues connected with these areas are likely to function quite well, I'd say. You may even experience an increase in joint assets and shared resources. You might also experience an increase and experience good news overall, or kind of like auspicious developments. I don't know if you can experience the news, but you may feel the positive energy connected with your investments, especially if you have investments already. And for those of you who are in a relationship, there is also a high chance that your partner might see some sort of growth financially. Venus transiting the 8th house is also drawing towards you other people's money and other people's resources, so it might draw towards you gifts or support in a concrete, tangible way from others. And Venus transiting the 8th house is very supportive of your sex life. Libras, it is likely to make it really enjoyable. And if you have been experiencing any sort of like crises, let's say, of a personal nature, maybe connected with your health, your mental health, your physical body, Venus is likely to sweeten and soften the deal and help you kind of like transmute any issues, let's say. Venus generally acts through relationships, so there could be someone in your life, such as an advisor, a counselor, that helps you overcome crises. Mars transiting Aries in your 7th house for pretty much the entire month is telling us that your partner, be it life partner, be it business partner, is a big kind of like driving force for you. It also tells us that matters connected with partnerships and collaborations are likely to move at an accelerated pace. So really, really, really fast. It's also likely that you might experience other people the entire month as being a little bit pushy and bossy and kind of like trying to like nudge you to like move like really quickly at their pace. If you are in a relationship, it may sometimes feel like your partner is a lot more driven, motivated, but potentially also a little bit more conflict prone, so kind of like prone to picking up fights or arguments, just because they want to get the job done. And if you just kind of like let them be and let them do their thing, it's probably not gonna result in anything negative, let's say. And if you haven't experiencing any slowness or any delays when it comes to relationships, both personal as well as financial or professional relationships, that is all going away this month. Libras, basically things are moving like 100 miles, like 200 miles, 300 miles an hour in your partnerships and collaboration sector. One thing about the 7th house though, which is something that people sometimes forget, the 7th house is also the house of open enemies. The 12th house is the house of hidden enemies. The 7th house is the house of open adversaries. You might sometimes feel like you experience very significant opposition or competition in your endeavors. What to do with it or what to do about it. I mean, I feel like you can reach some sort of an agreement in general. I feel like you can kind of like meet people halfway. Someone might overreact, especially someone who maybe feels like an adversary. A little bit around the 29th of May, they might take things very personally. It could turn into like a big fight. But remember that they're doing this because they are, I don't know, like angry or suffering, or you've kind of like touched like a sore spot, let's say Libras. Now, let me go back to the beginning of the month. Let's start with the 1st of May. What's going on here? So Venus squares Pluto. A hidden romantic connection that feels quite dangerous, that feels maybe forbidden, that feels a little bit taboo, might be on your radar. Some sort of like challenge or crisis in your romantic life, maybe connected with different values and different value systems. I do believe you can talk it out, but it might not be that easy to solve or to fix immediately. There's also a possibility that you might find out something about a romantic partner or about a child, if you have children, something that they might have hidden from you. 8th of May, active also 3 days before, 3 days after, we have a new moon happening in your 8th house of shared assets, shared resources, inheritance, debts, taxes, but also investments. I feel like you are going to take a different approach when it comes to joint finances and shared assets. So for example, if you have like a joint, I don't know, like a joint bank account with your partner, you might decide to kind of like approach joint expenses differently and set in, try to kind of like institute like a new system, a new way of functioning, a new way of working. There's also a possibility that you might start working with someone around this time, like a specialist, on something that is connected with your health. And it feels like this specialist is meant to help you transform something connected with your health, including, when I say transform, I'm not just referring to physical transformations. They might help you transform your psychology, let's say. This could also be a fresh start, a new beginning when it comes to your approach to passive income and investment. So you might decide to spend more time, more energy, to put more effort into investing in general and into figuring things out when it comes to passive income. A fresh start also when it comes to debts and taxes and any sort of money that you owe to others. So if you have significant debts, you might kind of like start kind of like setting goals around this time, and slowly but surely work your way through this whole process. Some of you could also start the application for a mortgage, or maybe for some sort of a loan. It is probably going to take a while, but it is likely to be successful in the end. 13th of May, Sun conjuncts Uranus. Some sort of like sudden, unexpected, maybe development connected with a friend is likely around this time. I do believe that a friend could be going through some sort of crisis, and you might hear about this around the 13th of May. 15th of May, pretty much for the entirety of the month, Mercury is going to be transiting your 8th house. So you could be thinking a lot about debts, taxes, inheritance, insurance, and your partner's resources. And you could be speaking about money a lot with other people, including their financial situation. You might also be thinking a lot about transformation throughout this period. What it is that you want to transform in your life. Especially something connected with your financial sector, but also maybe connected with your education and possibly also connected with your belief system, Libras. 18th of May. Really, this is probably one of the luckiest days of the year. I'm going to say of the month, but definitely of the year as well. The Sun conjuncts Jupiter in your 8th house. So massive kind of like expansion of your investments. You could receive a lump sum of money. You could hear news connected with a lump sum of money. Very auspicious news connected with inheritance potentially, or maybe a tax rebate. So kind of like a big pot of money that is owed to you. You could see one of your investments kind of like go through like a big kind of like inflation. Your partner could also have some really auspicious news. You might actually be feeling super happy for them. Some really positive and auspicious news connected with their financial situation. So it could be your partner that experiences growth financially, and guess what? You might actually benefit like together from this as a couple. Jupiter is also the ruler of your 6th house, so there is a possibility that you're going to hear and feel like the spotlight is placed on transformations that are going to be happening and unfolding in the work sector. You could also uncover a source of crisis that has been plaguing you health-wise, and now that you've uncovered it, now that you understand it, now that it's very clear to you, you can make the adjustment so that you no longer find yourselves in crisis, my dear Libras. A big pot of money, however, and maybe like a big gift. I see that coming your way around the 18th of May. There's also a possibility that around the 18th of May, you might forge a very significant partnership that will have long-term effects upon your material security and stability. 20th of May, Gemini season begins. The Sun enters your 9th house for the next month. I feel like your focus is going to shift probably quite a bit to traveling, holidays, foreign lands, foreign countries, and you might also feel this sort of like pull to be out into the world, maybe to connect with friends, to connect with like-minded individuals, and to maybe discuss about big picture topics such as politics or philosophy or even astrology. 22nd of May, the Sun trines Pluto in your 5th house. Pretty romantic day, like a really, really romantic day. Two of the most romantic days this month are actually the 22nd of May and the 25th of May. On the 25th, Venus is going to trine Pluto. We have here romance with a twist. Romance with a very kind of like strong intellectual component, Libra. So you might feel very kind of like attracted, very much in love with someone's brains. You might have like very stimulating conversations and really feel like you're falling for someone because of the way that they think. It's also possible that you might very kind of like intensely think about something that you are very, very passionate about around the 22nd of May, as well as around the 25th of May, and even maybe even decide to kind of like make some transformations in your life so that you can include more of this thing that you're super passionate about into your life. It may feel like you have uncovered something at an intellectual level that feels really like powerful and empowering and potent, and that seems to help you see yourselves, Libras, in a different light, and that seems to help you maybe think about yourselves differently in terms of who you are as an individual. So I'm liking both of these days tremendously. They're also, both of them are really good days to go out on dates, to have fun with a romantic partner, and to also engage in creative activities that utilize the mind or speech. So creative activities that involve writing, for example. 23rd of May, until the 17th of June, Venus transits Gemini in your 9th house. And we've also got a full moon on this day, on the 23rd of May. So from the 23rd until the middle of June, pretty much, you're probably going to really enjoy traveling, studying. You might also feel like things are going your way and that you're benefiting from the help of others when it comes to legal matters, academic matters, trials, courts of law. And you might also really enjoy the company and spending time with people from different cultures, different countries, because it feels like it's contributing to also you seeing yourselves in a different light. And you might feel generally very appreciated by people from different countries and cultures throughout this period. It's a great time to travel. Don't get me wrong, especially around the 23rd of May, give or take 3 days before, 3 days after, with a full moon. You might be making plans to travel, you might be physically traveling, and if you're doing that, it is probably going to turn out really, really well. Not only that, it's likely to have a very powerful impact upon what you thought made you happy. So for example, let's say you travel somewhere that you've never been before, or you make the plan to go somewhere that feels like really exciting, but maybe that also feels like it's quite different from what you used to visit during your trips. And you might realize, oh my God, I love this. I love this type of traveling. I love this type of experience. I love this type of adventure. I'm also seeing a very successful kind of like result around the 23rd of May, connected with exams, connected with studies, maybe the completion of studies in some shape or form, and maybe some sort of positive news connected with your child's education or with the education of your children, Libras, for those of you who have kids, especially any sort of educational developments that involve transformation. So if, for example, you've wanted to, I don't know, send your child to a different school, you're probably going to hear good news, and the result is going to be exactly what you wanted it to be around the 23rd of May. It also feels like you're experiencing some sort of a change or a shift in mentality around children, fun, love, and entertainment around the 23rd of May, and changes in mentality, even if they sound super, I don't know, like intangible, let's say. They are probably some of the most, I don't know, transformative events that we can experience. Why? Because everything starts in the mind. As the Hermeticists say, the universe is mental. The all is mental. So everything is mind. The universe has a mind of its own. So when changes happen at a mental level, basically you're communicating with the universal mind, and everything that makes its way to you, everything that you're attracting, that you're manifesting, I'm sorry to use this word that is like so, I don't know, overused, is likely to be reflective of what's going on in your mind. So a shift in mentality, a transformation in mentality, very, very likely around the 23rd of May. 25th of May, big transit until June of 2025. Jupiter transits your 9th house in Gemini. The last time when this happened was between June 2012 until June 2013. So have a think about that period. Jupiter transiting the 9th house is likely to bring an abundance of trips, opportunities to travel, opportunities to connect with people from foreign lands and foreign countries, to study, to grow, to learn from these experiences. Jupiter in the 9th house is very supportive of exploration. So this is the time to take a leap of faith and to, I don't know, book that trip to that corner of the world that you've always wanted to visit. Jupiter transiting the 9th house is also very supportive of academia and higher education. So if you wanted to sign up for that master's, now is the time to do it. And Jupiter transiting the 9th house is also likely to attract teachers in your life, if you ask me, especially teachers that can, and when I say teachers, I also use the word metaphorically. Teachers and mentors and guides that can broaden your horizons when it comes to your health, your mentality, and your approach to work. You might actually travel for work quite a lot throughout this period, so May of this year until June of 2025. But these people are likely to help you see things from a different perspective, from a broader perspective, when it comes to work, when it comes to health, but also when it comes to kind of like day-to-day matters and interactions. Careful, however, because Jupiter has, especially in Gemini, it can have a little bit of a tendency to be a bit all over the place and a bit scattered. So if you're traveling, make sure that you check that your passport isn't expired. Make sure that you don't overstretch yourselves, Libras, and book way too many trips and then feel drained and tired and exhausted as a result of it. That's the scattered kind of like aspect is what I would be a little bit careful about when it comes to this transit. But other than that, Jupiter is the great benefic, so it's going to benefit you on ninth house matters. And that is Libra for May. Scorpios, Scorpio suns and Scorpio risings. What's going on? What is going on, Scorpios? Well, this is a great month, but initially you might not think that it is a great month, Scorpios, because the month starts with a very tense aspect on the 1st of May. Between Venus and Pluto. Venus in your house of relationships and Pluto in your house of home, family life, and the past, and living situation and property. So a partner might experience a crisis at home, or your partner, if you're in a relationship, might experience some sort of crisis, challenge, or transformation connected with a parent or with their career. So crisis is the word and transformation is the word for your partner and for your relationship sector. Initially, it might feel like something quite big. There's also a possibility that something might be brought to the surface to your attention when it comes to a partner, and you might feel a little bit distrusting or kind of like skeptical because they hid this from you, or you might feel like they kept this from you. But I would not rush, I would not jump to any conclusions and say, oh my God, I don't trust you anymore. I would just kind of like sit down, slow down, talk it out, and even if there is a crisis happening, it is fixable. I really want to stress this. I really want to stress this out, and you might feel like it is fixable, and you might even have a solution and have found a solution around the 8th of May, give or take 3 days before, 3 days after. Now, why is that? Because on the 8th of May, we've got a new moon in your house of relationships, sextiling Saturn, which is also the ruler of your 4th house, where Pluto is. So what is that telling us? It's telling us that around the 8th of May, your relationships are kind of like getting a little bit of a reset that leads to increased long-term security and stability, a reset that leads to increased connection, a reset that leads to finding a way to work things out in your private life and in your domestic life, and a reset where you might feel like you're on the same page, both mentally, but also when it comes to matters connected with family and potentially children. Some of you who are maybe not in a relationship might welcome a partner in, or might say yes to a potential partner around the 8th of May. Some of you who are in a relationship already, you might experience some sort of a fresh start in connection with a partner that involves children. So maybe good news connected with pregnancy, or maybe you've agreed with a partner finally to approach a topic connected with children differently. So maybe you've decided together with a partner after having a lot of back and forth, okay, we are going to go ahead and have our son change schools, and that's going to lead to more kind of like peace and stability and a sense of control. So you are on the same page, and it does feel like the relationship is entering a very happy chapter for you Scorpios, especially from the 8th of May onwards, but you might already feel it 3 days before and in the 3 days after. The entirety of pretty much the entirety of May, until the 23rd of May, actually, to be very precise, Venus transits your 7th house of relationships, Scorpios, along with Jupiter. Jupiter is going to enter your house of it's going to exit your house of relationships and enter your 8th house on the 25th of May. So even if there is some sort of crisis to start with relationship-wise, there's actually a lot of good luck, a lot of benefits, a lot of enjoyment, a lot of faith, a lot of growth, a lot of positivity in your relationship sector. If you ask me, there's a chance that your relationship sector is somehow growing and expanding, be that through saying yes to a partner, be that because if you are in a relationship, your partner is experiencing good luck, maybe increased opportunities, maybe they're going through their own process of kind of like taking their life to the next level, and it's definitely something to celebrate together with a partner. Now, some of you might not be interested in relationships at all. However, your 7th house still exists. So the house of relationships in your chart still exists. So what does that mean? It means that pretty much I'm gonna say until the 25th of May, but especially until the 23rd of May, you might experience success when it comes to forming business partnerships, when it comes to attracting business partners, when it comes to attracting clients, when it comes to attracting collaborators, maybe also when it comes to attracting your way people who can help you accomplish your goals, especially goals connected with money and education. And you may feel like you are actually very valued and appreciated by the people that you connect with in general this month, Scorpios. I'm gonna say until the 25th of May, but especially until the 23rd. Because on the 23rd, Venus exits Taurus. If you are looking to sign any contracts, if you are looking to maybe agree upon a collaboration, be it with a business partner, be it with an advisor, a financial advisor, a therapist, an accountant, I am liking the new moon on the 8th of May. It's like that's a particular day that I really like. I would avoid maybe the 13th and the 17th. Of May. Why? Because on the 13th, the Sun conjuncts Uranus, so there could be something that kind of like takes you completely by surprise when it comes to another person. And also on the 13th, my apologies, on the 17th of May, Mercury squares Pluto, so there could be some things that someone who you're kind of like connecting with is not fully revealing to you. Going back to the 13th of May, Sun conjunct Uranus, the spotlight is very much being placed on this day on how your relationship sector is likely to go through a complete revolution. So through some form of kind of like innovation and revolution. Uranus likes to disrupt the status quo. So Uranus says, nope, you got to do things differently. The Sun amplifies that Uranian energy. Different doesn't mean bad. Remember that you've got Jupiter on your side as well, you've got Venus on your side as well. Different means different. It means entering into kind of like a completely different maybe dynamic relationship-wise, or maybe giving each other more space, more freedom, or you maybe showing up as a different person within relationships. Maybe also noticing that the partner has changed very drastically, very dramatically. And it's not something that you're going to be able to ignore, so I would work with it and I would talk it out. Let's say this can also be a time when you hear sudden kind of like news, so something kind of like sudden, unexpected when it comes to a business partnership, and maybe also when it comes to the relationship with a boss. So for example, a boss might decide to leave and exit the picture altogether. 15th of May, for the rest of the month, Mercury transits your 7th house of relationships. You could be speaking about money a lot with other people throughout this period, but also talking a lot to other people about your plans for the future, your goals for the future. It is also a great time to maybe try to persuade people to help you or to align themselves with your goals and your plans for the future. So kind of like the second half of the month looks really good for that. The only exception for that would be the 17th of May when Mercury squares Pluto. It just feels like there's a little bit of a clash here, and maybe there's kind of like elements that are undermining a conversation. 18th of May, Sun conjunct Jupiter in your 7th house. Very lucky moment, very lucky time, very lucky day, a day of blessings, a period of blessings, because you might feel this also maybe the day before and the day after, a period of like blessings and excitement and unexpected growth, I want to say, on the partnership front. It could be on the personal partnership front. So for example, again, maybe if you're single, you might feel like all of a sudden your relationship sector is blowing up. If you are in a relationship, it could feel like the relationship is being taken to the next level. So for example, I wouldn't be surprised if people told me my partner proposed to me on this day, or we found out that we're gonna have a baby, or something like that. So good luck, but also kind of like sudden expansion connected with partnerships and relationships. Also, this is a good day to sign a contract of a financial nature with a work-related partner, client, collaborator. You might also feel like Someone with a lot of power is on your side on this day when it comes to accomplishing your career goals. It also feels like this could be a day when you hear of a sudden change connected with your career, coming from like a boss. Initially, it might shock you, it might take you by surprise. That doesn't mean that it's not working in your favor. On the contrary, I would say that it is working exactly in your favor. An unexpected maybe job offer that would kind of like push you up the career ladder could make its way to you as well around this time. Venus conjuncts Uranus on this day also. So if you are in a relationship, it may feel like your partner maybe needs a little bit more freedom or kind of like wants to do things differently. Again, different doesn't mean bad. It just means different. Basically, they're connecting much more strongly with their authentic selves and they're being honest and open with you. So I wouldn't freak out. If you're not in a relationship, the lightning bolt of Cupid could strike and you might feel like you're really attracted to someone, Scorpios, around the 18th of May. 20th of May, for pretty much the next month, the sun activates your 8th house, so the spotlight is being placed on taxes, loans, inheritances, shared assets, shared resources, but also investments. And speaking of investments, Venus and Jupiter, the two benefics, are going to enter your 8th house of investments and of other people's money this month. So let me just take a bit of a step back. Before we look at Venus and Jupiter in your 8th house, I want to look at the sun trining Pluto. So on the 22nd of May, the sun will trine Pluto in your 4th house of home. So some sort of like transformation seems to be going ahead at home or in your family life that involves a lump sum of money. Maybe also that involves working in conjunction, working in tandem with a parent. It feels like maybe a crisis is being kind of like overcome at home and the transformation is complete and you're kind of like entering a new stage, a new era. And this could also be a fantastic day in terms of hearing good news connected with a mortgage or maybe with a lump sum of money that you could pour towards your home life, property sector, and domestic sector. If you're looking to purchase or to sell a property, things are really working in your favor around the 22nd of May. There could be kind of like something coming to the surface that you didn't see coming that is facilitating the goals that you have in this direction. 23rd of May until the 17th of June, Venus transits your 8th house. You're likely to attract gifts, money from others, and it might feel like your partner or anyone that you're in connection with is very eager to share their resources, to share what they've got with you. This might also be a good time to consider sharing your resources with others. So it's good to be generous throughout this period. You might actually feel like being generous throughout this period, and it's also a very good period to maybe get rid of debts and kind of like clean the slate when it comes to your involvement with others financially, because you are going to have a lot of support in this direction, especially until the 17th of June. We've got a full moon activating your financial axis. 23rd of May, active 3 days before, 3 days after, full moon in Sagittarius. You are getting paid, I want to say. So you are either kind of like getting paid a significant amount of money. The full moon is beautifully aspected. You might get a raise or you might get a lump sum of money that you direct towards the home, but also maybe that you direct towards clearing some debt. You might also sign a very important contract or reach a very important agreement with a business partner that is going to make a world of difference to your financial situation, my dear Scorpios. This could be a good time to ask for a raise, to receive a lump sum of money, to put your prices up. And it does seem like you're also potentially spending quite a bit of money around this time, but it is money well spent. It's money spent towards transforming your home life, your family life, your living situation. So for example, you could be buying like, I don't know, like the furniture for like the kids' bedroom, or for I don't know, the new kind of like bedroom setup that you're arranging for you and your partner, Scorpios. Money spent on the home or money spent on property is a theme, or money spent on family is a theme, but the good news is that you've got the money, which I believe is great. Scorpios. 25th of May, really important transit. Really, 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 really important. Until June of 2025. So Jupiter, the great benefic, the bringer of good luck, the bringer of opportunities, is going to be transiting your 8th house. This hasn't happened since 2013, so the last time when it happened, because Jupiter transits a certain sector every 12 years, a certain sign and a certain, therefore, sector of your life and of your chart, once every 12 years. So the last time when Jupiter was in Gemini was between June 2012 and June 2013. And before that, July 2000 to July 2001. So Jupiter, what it does is it expands everything that it touches. It brings good luck. It brings opportunities. It brings protection. It also brings wisdom. So Jupiter transiting your 8th house is likely to expand upon your investment sector. So it's actually a very good time to consider investments in the year ahead. It's also likely to expand the money that you receive from others. So via, for example, inheritance, or maybe because you're selling a property or something along those lines. So you are likely to attract money through others. So it's not necessarily connected with your kind of like day-to-day earnings. The only way in which it could be connected with your day-to-day earnings, so the earnings from your job, is if you work on commission. If you work on commission, Scorpios, literally from May of this year until June of 2025, your commission is probably going to go through the roof. This is a superb time to get those kind of like really juicy percentages on your side. Jupiter is also probably going to bring expansion when it comes to your intimacy sector and sex life. So I think that's very welcome. I mean, Scorpio is a sign generally very strongly associated with sex and sexuality, so you're probably going to welcome this. You might also feel really, I don't know, like experimental and ready to kind of like explore things and take chances and be more adventurous when it comes to sex and intimacy. You might also feel like maybe you want to talk more about this topic and explore it from a different perspective. You might also feel like you want to broaden your knowledge, because Jupiter is also the planet of knowledge and wisdom. Broaden your knowledge about 8th house matters, such as investments, loans, inheritance, the occult, mysteries, psychology, other people's values, other people's resources, other people's way of thinking. And you are going to receive the support from Jupiter in this direction. The 8th house is also associated with crisis and transformation. So if you are running away from any sort of transformation that needs to happen, my dear Scorpios, Jupiter is going to amplify that, and it's going to make you really kind of like obsessively think about the transformation that needs to unfold, especially when it comes to your approach to money, finances, self-worth, and self-esteem, as well as love, romance, children, and enjoyment and entertainment. You could also feel drawn to like really explore maybe a topic that has a whiff of, I don't know, the occult or of the hidden or of the mysterious, to really explore this mentally, like super in depth. It's a topic maybe that you're very drawn to, that you're very attracted to, let's say. And you might want to read all the books, and you might want to absorb all the information and listen to all the podcasts. The only thing with Jupiter is, especially in Gemini, Gemini energy can be a little bit all over the place. It can kind of like start off like 1,000 things at the same time and not finish anything, and just kind of like be overly mentally stimulated. So if sometimes you are kind of like trying to do 100 things at the same time, and maybe reading 1,000 things at the same time, and listening to 1,000 sources at the same time, I would just pare back. I would just kind of like slow down a little bit and cut down on the sources and cut down on the volume of information that makes its way to you, because otherwise Jupiter transiting the 8th house might expand upon the neurosis and anguish and crisis element of this house. I'm liking this transit, especially if you also have any air planets in your natal chart, or important air points in your natal chart, my dear Scorpios. But I would be open, I would be super open, let's put it this way, to look at maybe the topics and the areas that have provoked in the past a little bit of like anguish, not anger, anguish, so kind of like fear. Look them in the face, and through knowledge, through kind of like a broadened perspective, have a think about how you can maybe transmute these and turn them into gifts and blessings, and have them work for you rather than against you, rather than being a source of crisis. And last but not least, 25th of May is generally a really good day for investments, especially for kind of like taking the wins. It can also be a very romantic day where you connect very deeply with someone that you are with, especially at a mental level. So you might talk about like really significant things and heavy stuff, and it may feel like the bond is stronger. And on the 31st of May, Mercury conjuncts Uranus. Mercury is also the ruler of your 11th house. There could be some sort of like sudden unexpected news coming from a partner or from a friend, or a combination of these. It might take you by surprise initially, but I do believe you're going to find a way to make things work with this person, even if the information seems to kind of like come all out of the blue, all out of nowhere. Let's say. My dear Sagittarians, Sagittarius suns and Sagittarius risings, what does May 2024 have in store for you, Sagittarians? Well, I think this month you are really going to enjoy your work. Why is that? Because for most of the month, Venus is going to be transiting your 6th house of day-to-day work, and it's likely to bring your way a sense of harmony, enjoyment, even pleasure when it comes to literally doing your job. Also, relationships with colleagues, with your coworkers, but also with clients, they're probably going to go overall really well. And your level of creative inspiration at work is quite high also. So do take advantage of this month, Sagittarians. Venus is going to enter Gemini in your 7th house of relationships on the 23rd of May until the middle of June. So after you're done enjoying your work, let's put it this way, you're going to start enjoying your relationships, and it may feel like your relationship sector is the one benefiting, I apologize, from an infusion of pleasure, calm, peace, but also Venus in Gemini loves a good social occasion. So for those of you who are in a relationship, or even for those of you who are single, it might be a good idea to go out, mingle, take part in social events and social occasions, go out to the pub, or go out to concerts, or just kind of like get out of the house and talk to people, because you are probably going to have a very good time. And if you are in a relationship already, then it may feel like this period, this almost kind of like a month, 3 weeks, from the 23rd of May until the middle of June, until the 17th of June. This period actually strengthens and maybe even improves the connection between you and a romantic partner. If you are not dating anyone, or if you're single but open, then this is actually a very good time to go out there on dates, and it may feel like you attract towards you, I'm gonna say, people who are right up your street. Now, I know I told you that you're going to enjoy your work in May, Sagittarians. There is kind of like one exception here. I'm not a big fan of the 1st of May, because Venus is squaring Pluto. So there could be a misunderstanding at work in terms of communication. You might bump into some information that was previously hidden. You might misinterpret something that a colleague says, or a colleague might say something, and it might kind of like send you what is the expression? On a wild goose chase. So it might kind of like, like trigger something in you, and you kind of like start doing a lot of digging and a lot of investigating, and so on. There's also a possibility around the 1st of May, maybe also the day before and the day after, Sagittarians, that you might experience some frustration on the road, especially in terms of interactions with other people who are on the road, maybe driving into work. So that's kind of like the day or maybe a couple of days that I don't really like. Now, also Sagittarians, the entire month of May, Mars, planet of action, energy, stamina, is going to be transiting your 5th house. I like this. Why do I like this? Because Mars is in domicile in Aries in your 5th house. What does that mean? It means that any sort of action and any sort of like initiatives that you have when it comes to having a good time, having fun, when it comes to kicking something off that you're very passionate about, or that requires a great deal of creative and imaginative fuel. So these types of activities are likely to go very well, especially if, for example, you want to kind of like pour your energy into a creative project by yourselves, let's say. So Mars likes to work alone. Mars and Saturn, actually, they like to work alone. Mars says, okay, go. So you're going to be on fire creatively, but it may feel like others are a little bit slower than you are. So if you have something that you need to get done in terms of creative projects, just go for it. You might also really enjoy sports and games and moving your physical body throughout the month of May. The physical body, the astral body, I don't know. Moving your bodies in general. And Mars transiting your 5th house in Aries kind of like gives you an advantage if you want to reach out to someone, be bold and reach out to someone and say, you know what, I like you. Let's do something together, or let's get to know each other. And I'm referring to mostly kind of like romantic liaisons here. But similarly, I have to say, when it comes to taking the lead and initiating things in May, Sagittarians, you are probably going to feel super confident because of that Mars transiting Aries. And you might also feel very motivated, for those of you who have kids, to have fun together with your children in a way that involves physical movements. For example, I don't know, like playing tennis together, or going hiking together, or something like that. Now, one of the biggest transits, the most important, the most significant transits of the year and of the month of May is Jupiter entering Gemini. Now, Sagittarians, Jupiter is your chart ruler. So Jupiter is like the big boss in your astrology. It rules you, your physical body, your identity, your life direction, but also your house of home and family and living situation. Jupiter is going to enter Gemini on the 25th of May until June 2025. And the last time when this happened was between June 2012 and June 2013. And before that, between the summer of 2000, July 2000, until July 2001. Now, Jupiter is the great benefic in astrology. It is the planet of abundance, opportunities, adventure, wisdom, moral code. Jupiter is the wise guide and coach and mentor, the wise sage, but also the one that says, come on, more, you've got this, jump. Maybe Jupiter Mars is a little bit more like that. Jupiter is very strongly associated with our beliefs and with faith as well. So with a great benefic from the end of May until June of 2025 transiting your house of relationships, you are likely to experience some sort of an expansion when it comes to your relationship sector. Now, that can apply to your personal relationships, but also to your business relationships. So for example, let's say if you work with people one-to-one, Sagittarians, you're probably going to attract a lot of clients between May of this year, last week of May of this year, until June of 2025. So you might see an expansion, you might see an increase in the amount of people that are interested in working with you one-to-one. Existing relationships are likely to evolve and to kind of like to be taken to the next level. So you might feel, for example, inspired to travel the world with your partner, or to take a leap of faith and maybe move in together with a partner, or take a leap of faith and maybe purchase a home together with a partner, especially since Jupiter is also the ruler of your 4th house of real estate. Those of you who are single and who are open to welcoming people in their romantic lives, this transit, because it's quite rare, it only happens once every 12 years, it is golden. I repeat, it is a golden period when it comes to welcoming opportunities in your lives, Sagittarians, that would allow you to enter into a long-term relationship. Now, Jupiter in Gemini, Jupiter in general loves options, but especially Jupiter in Gemini, because Gemini is a mutable sign that has this sort of like dualistic nature. Dualistic doesn't mean that it's two-faced. I really want us to get rid of these astrological or zodiacal stereotypes, but essentially with Jupiter transiting Gemini, especially for those of you who are single, you might kind of like feel like you've got several options maybe to consider when it comes to entering into a relationship. And for those of you who are already in a relationship, I want to say, Sagittarians, especially Sagittarius risings, your partners are likely to experience some sort of significant growth in their life, be it because they make more money, be it because they get a better job, be it because they start growing and developing as individuals. Maybe they're going back to university, maybe they're gonna get their like degree, maybe they're gonna, I don't know, like study something else. So it feels like your partner is becoming more than who they were in the past, and I am liking this. Now, I took you through some of the most important transits of the month, Sagittarius. Let's go back to the beginning of the month. On the 8th of May, active 3 days before, 3 days after, we have a new moon in your 6th house of day-to-day work, sextiling Saturn. So what is going on here, Sagittarians? Some of you could be starting a new job. Some of you could start a new project that involves work at home. What do I mean by that? So for example, let's say you are deciding that you're going to start painting the walls, or you're going to start working on that extension of the house, for example. It does feel like you're going to be directing some of your hard-earned cash towards this project at home. Why? Because of the involvement of Saturn, and Saturn rules your house of income, Sagittarians. You might also start working together with a family member on something, on some sort of a joint project. There's also a chance that some of you could start a job from home, as in literally working from home remotely on something. You really seem to be enjoying this new job, I want to say. So even if it involves work and discipline and patience, because it might be a long-term project, I think you are really excited about it. Now, on the 15th of May, Mercury enters your 6th house of day-to-day work and health. So your mind is going to be very, very strongly focused on work, health, daily routines, daily habits, and your daily to-do list, I'd say. 18th of May, some sort of massive, I want to say some sort of significant maybe opportunity in terms of your work, Sagittarians, seems to be coming your way. It could be something that involves traveling. You might hear news connected with you having to travel for work purposes. There could be an opportunity from abroad, or there could be some sort of like a piece of information coming from abroad that says, how about you, I don't know, start working with the I don't know, like the Paris office or something like that. Basically, the 18th of May is a day of fantastic good luck and opportunities when it comes to your work, but also when it comes to maybe feeling like you've made it, and maybe feeling like you have found the correct information, the right information that is going to help you health-wise. I'd say you seem to feel very kind of like privileged and blessed, both work-wise and health-wise around this time. Venus conjunct Uranus on the same day. It does feel like there is an element of the unexpected here coming in. So kind of like something out of the blue, out of nowhere, like landing in your lap and saying, okay, how about you work together with this community? How about you take on this new role? How about you take on this, I don't know, like this new project? So I do feel like there is an element of surprise here, but it's probably something that works very, very much in your favor. 20th of May, the Sun enters Gemini, so Gemini season kicks off for the next month, and pretty much for the next month it activates your relationship and partnership sector. 22nd of May, the Sun in Gemini trines Pluto. I like this. It feels like this can be a really good day to sign a contract, to reach an agreement, a long-term agreement, maybe to agree on some really kind of like specific terms and conditions. You might have also a very important conversation with a partner, be it a business partner, be it a life partner. It could feel like you're opening up, they're opening up, so it could be quite a deep conversation about some serious topics, but it does seem to give you a lot of peace of mind. And this is also a really good day to maybe open up to someone about something that's been weighing quite heavily on your mind, because they're probably going to give you some really good advice and some really kind of like cool insights. And on the 23rd of May, on the day when Venus enters Gemini, we also have a full moon activating your first house of identity and your seventh house of relationships, my dear Sagittarians. The full moon is in a harmonious aspect of Pluto. It feels like this is a culminating point for you on a personal level that involves how you show up in your partnerships, in your relationships, in your interactions with others. This feels like a very significant moment of completion or a fulfillment, and I want to say of success when it comes to working very, very well with someone, be it in the professional space, be it in the health space. So, for example, what could happen here? You might decide to like start working with a coach, start working with, I don't know, like a personal trainer. You might decide to start collaborating with a health practitioner. You might catch up with your personal trainer, and you might kind of like reevaluate how you've been doing health-wise, and you are probably going to be quite happy with the results. It really feels like you're very kind of like satisfied with the changes that you've made on a personal level, Sagittarius, with the help of someone else, someone who was there maybe to guide you on your health journey or on your professional journey. This could feel like a moment of success also when it comes to basically to your physical body if you've been working to improve your health. Beautiful day, beautiful full moon actually. As I said, it's active also 3 days before, 3 days after. The month ends with Mercury conjunct Uranus in your 6th house. Okay, this is where I would recommend kind of like be open and expect the unexpected at work on a day-to-day basis. Expect your schedule to change at work. Expect someone to, I don't know, like pop into your office out of the blue and say, let's go out for dinner, or like stop working on what you're working because we need to focus on, I don't know, like a last minute client pitch. So expect your day-to-day to look quite differently to what you had in mind. There could also be some sudden unexpected news coming up in the work sector, maybe from like a boss, maybe someone announcing all of a sudden that they're leaving. So it does feel like a bit of a disruptive day, but I think overall it's more the how should we call it? The unexpected element of the news rather than the news itself being destabilizing, Sagittarians. And that is May for you. Now, Capricorns, give me just 1 second to catch my breath. I think I've said this in the past. I'm like, let me catch my breath, and then I drink water. So clearly I'm just thirsty. I'm not catching my breath. Capricorns, Capricorn Suns, and Capricorn Risings. May 2024, what is going on? Well. A lot is going on. First and foremost, I think I have to say this. Capricorns, the first 3 weeks of May are looking really good when it comes to you just enjoying yourselves. Prime time for you to have fun, prioritize your passions, your hobbies, prioritize activities that you find entertaining, that you find relaxing, also activities that tap into your creative talents, also activities maybe that involve children. Why do I say this? Because you are likely to draw a lot of joy out of these activities until the 23rd of May, because Venus is transiting Taurus in your 5th house. So Venus in Taurus is in domicile. This can be, as I said, a very good time to do you, to prioritize the things that are like a balm for your soul, the things, the activities, spending time with the people that bring a sense of harmony, of stability, and of relaxation in your life. Also to enjoy good food, maybe to enjoy some time off, maybe to enjoy like time spent in nature, potentially with kids. So I'm liking this. Speaking of kids, those of you who are maybe looking to have kids, looking to get pregnant possibly, you could get news around pregnancy around the 8th of May, give or take 3 days before, 3 days after, when we've got a new moon in your 5th house of children, very nicely aspected to Saturn, your chart ruler, Capricorns. Now, for those of you who maybe are not looking to get pregnant or anything like that, the new moon on the 8th of May could actually bring some sort of a fresh start connected with children. For example, let's say you decide to, I don't know, like send your kids to dancing classes, or maybe your kids have expressed the desire to start learning how to play the piano. So it feels like a new beginning, a fresh start for at least one of your children, Capricorns, if you have kids. That involves learning, studying, maybe writing, speaking, communicating, and it does feel like a bit of a long-term commitment. So maybe it is something to take into account before you sign up. But nevertheless, it seems to be something that makes them very, very, very happy. Let's put it this way. Now, some of you might be thinking, I don't have kids. What does this mean for me? Well, pretty much until the 23rd of May. But especially around the 8th of May, give or take 3 days before, 3 days after, this is a great time, a great period, my dear Capricorns. If you're single, to connect with potential romantic partners, to go out on dates, to give people a chance, to give people a shot. Because you might just be surprised by the fact that you are likely to encounter someone that is right up your street, that maybe likes the same things that you like, that has the same kind of like chilled energy that you generally love in relationships. Another really good day for dating is the 18th of May, maybe also the day before and the day after, when the Sun conjuncts Jupiter in your 5th house. And Venus conjuncts Uranus, so maybe to surprise someone with like an impromptu date and to say, okay, I've booked a table, or to just kind of like welcome in an out of the blue maybe invitation for a date. Now, some of you might be thinking, Rux, I'm already with someone romantically. What do I do? How does this apply to me? Well, there's absolutely no reason why you can't surprise your existing partner with a date and kind of like take them away for the, I don't know, for the weekend, or just kind of organize something nice for them and show them how important they are for you and how much they matter to you, and just kind of like sweep them off their feet a little bit. I know you can be very, very romantic, Capricorns, and you might be in a super romantic mood, especially around the 8th of May, give or take 3 days before, 3 days after, and also 18th of May, day before, day after. So take advantage of this mood that you might be in. So I'm loving Venus in Taurus. The one day that I'm a little bit like in two minds about, so I'm not so sure about when it comes to romance, kids, or dating, is the 1st of May. Potentially maybe also the day before that, when Venus squares Pluto. If you are going out on a date, or if you are maybe attending some sort of like social event that is supposed to be fun, you might end up spending more than you thought you would spend, so that could be a little bit of a source of worry. There could be kind of like hidden expenses connected with a fun, entertaining activity. And if you are meeting someone in terms of new dating, I don't know, like options, let's call them, they might be hiding something from you. Or you might feel like you have to hide something from them. So it's no fun, because obviously if we want relationships to last, they have to be based off of the truth. I was like trying to come up with this sort of I don't know, like super smart, like expression or idiom or something like that, but sometimes the truth just does it. The truth is enough. You know, when they say love is not enough, I think the truth generally is absolutely enough. So that's maybe the one day that I'm a bit like, about. Now, going back to the new moon on the 8th of May, this could also be a time for you to pick up maybe like a new hobby or a new creative project and say, okay, I'm going to dedicate myself to this. I'm going to study this, or I'm going to write, I don't know, my book, or I'm going to start, I don't know, like learning how to play the piano, for instance, or how to, I don't know, create my own like dresses or something like that. So it is actually a very, very good time to pick up a new hobby that involves learning in some shape or form. Now, something else that I'm quite excited about in May, Capricorns, is Mars transiting Aries in your 4th house of home. So if you have been experiencing in April with Mercury retrograde in this part of your chart, any sort of delays when it comes to real estate, property kind of like issues, moving, relocating, dealing with, I don't know, paperwork connected with your home or property sector, Mars kind of like rushes through this sector of your chart, Capricorns, kind of like runs 300 miles an hour, and it is likely to, if you ask me, really, really unlock and unblock any sort of issues that might have been challenging because of delays, because of misunderstandings, because of miscommunications in April, I'd say. Whatever it is that you need to get done at home or connected with the property sector, my recommendation would be to do it alone and to do it yourselves, Capricorns, because that's probably the way in which you're going to have the highest amount of success, because Mars likes to work alone. There does seem to be quite a lot that needs to be solved around the house, but as I said, you've got energy, passion, motivation, and stamina on your side, even though Mars's strong suit is not cooperation. So like I said, maybe if you need something to be done, do it yourselves, and then give yourselves a well-deserved pat on the back, Capricorns. Very, very, very also important transit this month. Something that hasn't happened for a long time. Something that happens only once every 12 years. Very important, very significant. Jupiter changes signs. Let me rephrase. Jupiter changes signs approximately once a year. So once every 12 months, let me rephrase. Doesn't mean that once every calendar year it changes signs, but it has not been in Gemini for more than a decade, because it gets to one zodiac sign once every 12 years. That is a very convoluted way, I apologize. It's a very convoluted way for me to try to send this message across. So once every 12 years, Jupiter is going to transit Gemini, and it's entering Gemini in your house of health and day-to-day work from the 25th of May until June of 2025, Capricorns. Jupiter is the planet of expansion, abundance, opportunities. It is the great benefic. It is the planet of good luck in astrology. It is the great protector. It is a planet also associated with wisdom and faith and higher knowledge. The last time when Jupiter was in Gemini was between June 2012 until June 2013, and before that, July 2000 until July 2001. So, if you want to get an idea as to how Jupiter transiting your house of health and day-to-day work is likely to play out for you, have a think about what was going on in your work life and health sector 2012, 2013, and 2001. So Jupiter is probably going to bring opportunities for you, my lovely Capricorns, to take on a new role, a new job, to develop your, to expand upon your knowledge and to expand upon your skill set in such a way that maybe you offer new services or even like better, more like improved services work-wise. I can tell you that work-wise, you're probably going to be very busy. I remember when Jupiter transited my 6th house of day-to-day work, and boy... work-wise, I was literally on fire. So my to-do list was absolutely packed, jam-packed. Now, the good news about Jupiter is that generally it helps us do things with a smile, with a great deal of like confidence and faith and joviality, because that's where joviality, that's where the word comes from. If you're looking to change your job, Jupiter is going to bring you opportunities to do that. If you're looking to step into a new role, a new position that allows you to learn more, Jupiter is going to help you do that. Jupiter is the planet of good luck, but that doesn't mean that we just need to like lay back and wait for the good luck to fall in our laps. No, the universe, God, divinity acts through us, through people. We are a part of the universe. We are co-creators of our reality. So we make our own luck and our own opportunities. And the cosmos says, okay, I'm with you on this. So if you are dissatisfied with your work, my dear Capricorns, now's the time to start looking for a new job, because you are probably going to get it. That's something that I really want to stress out. It does feel like in your work, you're probably going to have to learn something new. Whether you take on a new job or not, it does feel like you're going to have to maybe learn how to use new tools, maybe learn like a new language or something like that. Your team might be expanding. The sixth house is also associated with co-workers and, well, in traditional astrology, like servants. So if you do have employees, for example, so if you're an entrepreneur, if you've got employees, then Jupiter is probably gonna come in and say, okay, come on, maybe it's time for you to hire people, yeah, and to expand your team. Jupiter is also likely to magnify matters connected with your health. So, what is that telling us? It's telling us that you can benefit from this transit by learning new things and by implementing new tactics, tools, and strategies when it comes to improving your general state of health, wellness, and well-being. If you have issues health-wise, Capricorns, especially Capricorn risings, that you have not been taking care of, I can also confirm that Jupiter will magnify them. And it will say, you cannot ignore this issue anymore. You have to take care of it. So sometimes people are a little bit kind of like frustrated with Jupiter transits in the sixth house because of the focus on health. They say, oh no, I had to go to the doctor so many times. I had to, I don't know, like start going to the gym because they experience, like, I don't know, like putting on weight and things like that. Yes, because Jupiter magnifies everything that it touches, which is why I recommend that we work with the energy rather than just let the energy happen to us. So if you don't want Jupiter to magnify health issues, allow Jupiter to magnify your understanding, knowledge, and intellectual kind of like focus on your health. So for example, you might want to start reading about health more. You might start to implement new, as I said, new habits health-wise. So take control. That's my recommendation. And if you have to go to like several like health-related checkups, I mean, I suppose I'm sure, of course, I'm not a doctor, so I'm sure there are exceptions to this, but I suppose most of the times there's nothing wrong with just kind of like checking how things are health-wise. So that's just my take on it. And now I'm going to go back to the beginning of the month. I know that I took you on a little bit of a tour in terms of in terms of the most important transits of May. So we talked about the new moon in Taurus on the 8th of May. 15th of May, Mercury also enters Taurus in your 5th house of children, love, romance, creativity, entertainment. So when it comes to utilizing your mind in a creative way, so coming up with creative ideas, Mercury is going to be on your side for the rest of May, so second half of May. You might also think a lot about romance. You might also think a lot about like loved ones and things like that. You might enjoy, for example, I don't know, like singing or like writing music throughout this period, and you might also you might also start thinking a lot and maybe planning and maybe even taking action when it comes to booking, for example, like a foreign holiday with Mercury transiting your 5th house. Mercury is also the ruler of your 9th house of long distance traveling. Now, I do want to flag that on the 17th of May, Mercury squares Pluto. So here is where you might uncover some sort of like buried hidden information connected with a child or a romantic partner, or you might feel, I want to say almost like obsessed with someone. romantically speaking, to the point where you might do a lot of like digging on them. You might kind of like try to like uncover things from their past. So your mind might be very much in detective mode slash slightly obsessed mode. 18th of May, Sun conjuncts Jupiter in your 5th house. Really, really lucky day. Okay, I almost like never say this. I'm really gonna stress this out. But if you're feeling lucky, this is the day to play the lottery, my dear Capricorns. This is also generally a day in which you're likely to feel very lucky and blessed and privileged when it comes to your romantic life, when it comes to children, but maybe also when it comes to creative inspiration. And just kind of like feeling like you've struck gold and you've found the sort of like golden idea that you need to like run with. You might also feel very lucky because out of the blue, out of nowhere, some sort of like a social kind of like invitation comes up and you're thinking, oh wow, like this is something like super exciting and I cannot wait to like go there and I cannot wait to like meet with the people that are going to be present. And an unexpected kind of like impromptu encounter maybe with someone that you really resonate with and that you like, Capricorns, is very possible. Similarly, it could be a day where you're feeling blessed and lucky connected with children. So if there are, how should I say, if there are no news of pregnancy around the 8th of May, although I do see that as being quite likely, then 18th of May could also bring news of pregnancy. And on the 20th of May, the Sun goes into Gemini, so your focus is going to be very much for the next month onto your work and health. And maybe also on kind of like transforming things health-wise, let's say, Capricorns. I like the 22nd of May because the Sun trines Pluto, so you might have a very successful, very productive, a very auspicious conversation around money, finances, maybe around how you're being compensated at work. You could also kind of like, I don't know, bring in like a big client, so I'm really liking this. 23rd of May until the 17th of June, Venus transits your 6th house, so relationships with coworkers, probably very enjoyable, and maybe a lot of like social occasions coming up in the workspace. Also anything that you're doing health-wise, so any sort of like changes, improvements, maybe you're working with someone health-wise, I don't know, like a personal trainer or like a naturopath or something like that. These types of interactions are likely to feel very supportive and very pleasant at the same time. Capricorns, we've also got a full moon on the 23rd of May, give or take 3 days before, 3 days after in terms of it being active. It feels like you might wrap up a job. Some of you could be leaving a job because there's something better out there for you, something that maybe pays more. Some of you could also feel like, okay, my work is done. Now I can relax, so you could feel kind of like ready to like go on holiday or to take a break. This could also feel like a time when you are overcoming some sort of crisis health-wise, and maybe all the effort and all the focus and maybe even also all the money that you've invested in your health, including mental health, is paying off. This can also be a time when you reveal something to your colleagues, your co-workers, that you've been keeping under wraps, something that maybe you've been working on, like a passion project, and now you're kind of like going out there into the workspace and saying, ta-da, this is what I've been working on. And 31st of May, Mercury will conjunct Uranus. Really kind of like innovative, original, ideas are probably going to be the norm on this on this day, especially if you're involved in anything of a creative nature. It feels like this is a day when inspiration strikes like a lightning bolt, and you're like, "Eureka! I found the best idea possible." You might also feel like you have some sort of a breakthrough in terms of creative ideas when it comes to a project at work. Also, sudden unexpected news making its way to you from abroad is possible, is very likely. It's probably good news. It's probably news that generates quite a lot of I was about to say serotonin, but maybe that's not the right what is it? Neurotransmitter? Is serotonin a neurotransmitter, or is it serotonin, or is it like a hormone? It's a chemical compound, and it's actually a neurotransmitter. So yeah, I don't know why I had to like geek out for a second here, but I had to do it. This could also feel like a day when you are kind of like really keen to like take off, and you might book like an impromptu trip or something like that, or kind of like travel at the very, very last minute, Capricorns. In any case, I'm liking it. My dear Aquarians, Aquarius suns and Aquarius risings, what does May 2024 look like for you, fellow Aquarians? I'm an Aquarius sun also. So I am liking a few transits in particular this month, Aquarians. I mean, generally, I like May. I have to say it. Compared to April, May is beautiful. May is when things start falling into place once again. So I'm liking the fact that for most of May, Aquarius, Venus is going to be transiting your house of home and family and living situation in domicile in Taurus. So that tells me that you are likely to enjoy the time spent at home with your family. Relationships with family members are likely to see some sort of an improvement. You may also welcome friends, family in your home, any sort of issues maybe that you have at home. If you are encountering anything in May, until the 23rd of May in particular, it may feel like it is easy to access help. It is easy to get support from others. It's also a really good time to just kind of like enjoy your beautiful home, or maybe beautify the home if that is something that you are that you're looking to do. I am liking in particular, let's see, I'm liking the new moon on the 8th of May. I'm liking also the 18th of May when it comes to welcoming people in your home, when it comes to making changes around the house that would bring some sort of a benefit of an aesthetic nature. And really, Venus generally is also very supportive of our relaxation and pleasure, and just purely kind of like enjoying life and taking it easy. And it might feel like your home is your oasis, your home is like your temple this month, Aquarians. There is one exception to this, however, the 1st of May, when Venus squares Pluto. I mean, this is where, for example, a family member might try to kind of get something out of you that you are not ready to reveal yet. Maybe they are kind of like just looking to be nice and to, I don't know, have a conversation with you, and they could be prying, for instance, or they could kind of like poke at you and say, oh, like, why don't you tell us about this? Why don't you tell us about that? And you are really not ready for that. There's also a possibility that a secret might be revealed around the 1st of May, maybe also day before, day after, to family members, a secret about yourself. And maybe you're not the one to tell them. Maybe they just kind of like call you and say, why didn't you tell us that you, I don't know, broke up with John, or something like that. So that could be a little bit uncomfortable, maybe because it's not coming from a place where you feel in control, Aquarius. But nevertheless, your family loves you, you love them, and it is very, very, very obvious this month, Aquarians. I'm also liking the fact that Mars is transiting Aries, its own sign, this month. For the entirety of the month. So any sort of issues, delays, problems, misunderstandings, miscommunications that you dealt with in April are likely to get solved in May, and they're likely to get solved actually quite fast, like 300 miles an hour, kind of fast, especially if you've been having any issues when it comes to your education, when it comes to cars, when it comes to transportation, maybe also when it comes to buying and selling things, Aquarius. One thing, you do seem to be very much in a rush to get things done when it comes to these matters. So you might be better off getting them done independently, let's say, because Mars is not very open to help or collaboration or cooperation, and it also doesn't wait for anyone. So if you need to, for example, sell something, don't wait for your partner to come in and say, okay, maybe you should think about it. Maybe we should kind of like consider all of these options. If you want to get something out of the way, I mean, Mars says, okay, come on, do it. When? Yesterday. Boom. Full speed ahead. You are also likely to be very persuasive this month, Aquarius. I do want to tell you this. You're probably not going to take no for an answer. And sometimes it might be a tiny little bit intimidating for others to the point where you kind of like speak so emphatically and with so much kind of like confidence and so kind of like sure of yourselves that people are just going to be like, wow, I better do what they say. I better listen. It doesn't feel like I have a choice. But let's put it this way. If you have anything that you need to persuade others about, you're probably going to be able to do it this month, Aquarius. Now, a very important transit in 2024, actually, that is kicking off in May, is the following. Jupiter entering Gemini from the 25th of May until June of 2025. The last time when Jupiter was in Gemini was between June 2012 until June 2013, and before that, July 2000 until July 2001. Jupiter, the Great Benefic, transits a sign once every 12 years, so this is actually quite big. This is important because Jupiter brings growth, expansion, opportunities, good luck, faith, positivity, optimism through the chart sector that it transits. So you could, for example, Aquarians, have a think about how your romantic sector grew, or how your maybe passions and hobbies developed approximately 12 years ago, or if you experience any sort of blessings or good luck or protection when it comes to children between June 2012 until June 2013, because you may experience similar themes during this Jupiter transit. How can you take advantage of this? So, those of you who are, for example, single and looking to date and open to welcoming romance in your life, Aquarians, I've got to tell you, you are probably going to have plenty of options and plenty of opportunities to date, to connect with people, and to really have fun whilst doing so. Speaking of fun, Jupiter is going to massively amplify your fun sector in the year ahead from the last week of May onwards. To say that you are going to have a lot of fun would be an understatement, because yeah, like Jupiter does things in a big way. So you're probably going to be invited to a lot of events, a lot of like social occasions. There's going to be a lot of like people to talk to, a lot of like new, new connections waiting to be made. It also feels like you're going to have a lot of fun, and you're going to have the opportunity maybe to explore new ways to have fun when it comes to intellectual endeavors, because let's not forget, Gemini is very strongly associated with the mind, with the intellect, with communication, with studies, with learning. So you might feel very inspired to learn something new, Aquarians, and you're probably going to really like it. And it could actually be something that will help you make more money in the future, because Jupiter also rules your second house of income. It could be something that also allows you to maybe make new friends, connect with new people, connect with new communities, new organizations. And it definitely seems to be something that you are eager to spend your money on. One thing about spending your money, Jupiter in Gemini is a little bit debilitated, because Gemini is a bit all over the place. Let's say that Gemini likes multiple stimuli at the same time. So there is a chance that you might overspend on fun activities in the year ahead. Aquarians, I mean, as long as you're also keeping an eye on your long-term goals financially, that's fantastic. But careful not to kind of like scatter your money all over the shop. You might also feel very inspired to spend a lot of money on children. And whilst that could be fun and entertaining for you, Aquarians, your bank account might not always thank you. Keep in mind that Saturn, especially for Aquarius risings, continues to transit your second house of income. So until 2026, until the beginning of 2026, Saturn says, Aquarians, be disciplined with your money, like save, plan ahead, make long-term plans, set long-term goals and objectives, work towards them financially, from a financial perspective. So Jupiter might be super enthusiastic about spending money on cool, fun things. Saturn might be like, not so fast. Hold on a second. But nevertheless, I think you're really going to enjoy this transit. Also, for those of you who are looking to have kids, Jupiter generally is associated with increased fertility. Of course, please listen to the advice of your doctor above everything else. I know there's a little bit of like mixed feelings around the energy of Gemini not necessarily being considered the most fertile, also because Jupiter is a bit debilitated in Gemini, but nevertheless, the great benefic is the great benefic, and if we're not even like hoping for the great benefic to bring us benefits and good luck, then I don't know. I don't know what we're doing. I don't know what we're doing. So yeah, that's just my take on this. The 25th of May is also probably one of the most romantic days of the month, when Venus trines Pluto. Go out on a date, surprise your partner with like something nice. I don't know, connect with someone very, very deeply. You're really gonna enjoy it. You might also feel very inspired by someone that you love, and you could feel kind of like very maybe appreciated by them, and also very inspired to kind of like reveal your full colors and your true colors to them. So I'm liking the 25th of May. Now I'm gonna go back to the beginning of the month. I know that I took you on this sort of like journey through some of the most important transits of May. It was on purpose, obviously. Some people like this format of me presenting the horoscope, some people don't. Alas, you can't please everyone. So I'm gonna do the Aquarius thing and just do it my way. So, 8th of May, active 3 days before, 3 days after. We've got a new one in your house of home, family, and living situation, sextiling Saturn. So it feels like this is a fresh start for you in terms of home and living situation, Aquarians. For example, you could start pouring more money into your home sector. Maybe you are kind of like starting to renovate the house, or maybe you're looking to buy new things for the house. It also feels like you're in a good position, like a stable position, to kick off a home or property related chapter that involves money and finances and expenses in the long term. This could also be the time when you decide to maybe look for a new home or sell your existing home, and you're kind of like setting your eyes on the future and saying, okay, where to next? Some Aquarians could actually move into a new home around this time, which could be super, super exciting. It does feel like a place where you can build over time, and it does feel like a place that you really like. And yes, maybe it does require a long-term financial commitment, but you seem to feel very happy where you are. Some of you could also receive news about maybe like a new family member, or like family expanding in some shape or form. It's a very beautifully aspected new moon, and also the ruler of the new moon is in domicile, Venus in Taurus. So this is good. This is good. A long-term commitment connected with your home and family life seems to be the theme here, but a commitment that you are happily, eagerly embracing. 17th of May, well, actually, 15th of May, Mercury goes into your fourth house of home and family and living situation. So your mind is pretty much going to be on home-related matters. You're going to talk about your home a lot for the rest of the month. You're going to think about your like family and what they're doing and where they're headed, and so on. You might also think about like the financial implications a lot that come with maybe moving into a new property, or like purchasing property or selling property, and so on. 17th of May, Mercury squares Pluto. So on the 1st of May, Venus squared Pluto. On the 17th of May, Mercury squares Pluto. A difficult conversation with a family member, very likely, or a difficult conversation maybe about money, connected with a property in some shape or form. Some sort of like hidden information could come to the surface. You could feel a little bit, I don't know, like stressed or maybe even quite tense around discussing money, discussing maybe about some really private things with a family member. I mean, I know they're family, but at the same time, we're all, think we're all entitled to our secrets, right? I think that should be the Pluto motto, right? This could also be the time when potentially you are feeling a little bit at odds with someone close to you, maybe a family member, because they're being very stubborn in their way of thinking, and you are like, I'm gonna say equally stubborn about transforming something in your life. So you might not exactly be on the same page. That doesn't mean that you can't find a way to collaborate, my dear Aquarians, but maybe not on the 17th of May. You might not find a point of agreement. 18th of May is probably one of the luckiest days of the month, the year, I don't know, like one of these. Why? Because the sun will conjunct Jupiter in your 4th house of home. So you are probably going to feel very lucky, very blessed, very privileged when it comes to your home, your family life, your living situation. It feels like luck is kind of like falling into your lap when it comes to one of these topics. There could be some sort of massive kind of like good news connected with your financial sector that allows you to maybe purchase something big for the home. It also feels like someone from the outside, someone who's got power, comes in and says, I'm gonna help you accomplish this massive goal connected with your home life and family life. You could also be celebrating something together with your partner and with your friends connected with your home and family sector. So for example, you could be celebrating the news of, I don't know, like a pregnancy, maybe the arrival of a new baby, or maybe the fact that you are, I don't know, like moving overseas, or just kind of moving into a bigger place. A friend could come and visit, or you might reach out to a friend and invite them to your home around this time. And Venus conjuncts Uranus on the same day. There is an element of the unexpected, so someone unexpectedly coming into your home, maybe unexpected news connected with a family member that lives abroad, but probably good news, probably good news. This could also be the time when you decide, you know what, I'm gonna go traveling with my mom, and maybe, I don't know, like book something on the fly. Let's say Aquarians. I'm liking another day that is. I mean, I'm liking a lot of days in May, Aquarius, you can probably tell. So on the 20th of May, the sun enters Gemini in your 5th house, and I'm liking the 22nd of May because the sun trines Pluto. Now, I told you that the 25th of May is a romantic day. The 22nd of May is also a very, very romantic day, especially because the sun rules your 7th house of relationships, and when it's trining Pluto in your 1st house, you might feel like really, really deeply connected with someone who you see as a very close partner. You could also feel like you're getting some really good advice and really good insights as to how to transform your life and maybe how to transform your view of yourselves, Aquarians, from someone like an advisor, like a counselor, someone who kind of like puts a mirror in front of you. And it is a fantastic tool for you to use as a, I don't know, as a source of like awakening almost. So it almost feels like it gives you a lot of clarity, this tool. 23rd of May until the 17th of June, Venus enters your house of fun, entertainment, enjoyment, and romance. Great period until the 17th of June to have fun, to connect with people, to maybe have fun also with family members, to have fun with your kids, for instance. Maybe also to have fun whilst traveling, because Venus rules your 9th house of long distance traveling. And on the 23rd of May, we also have a full moon, active 3 days before, 3 days after, activating the 11th house, 5th house axis and harmoniously aspecting Pluto. So some sort of success, some sort of culminating point connected with your goals for the future, especially the goals for the future connected with your home and family situation. So for example, if you were looking to buy a house, you might, like around the 23rd of May, share this with your friends and said, we did it, we found the house. Or if you were looking to, I don't know, get pregnant, again, it could be a moment of celebration. So it feels like celebration with friends is like a big theme. And you do seem to be celebrating, or maybe with a community that you're a part of. You do seem to be celebrating something connected with your personal life, with your private life, and especially with your family and living situation, something that seems to involve a big transformation, a big change, like almost like a rebirth in terms of life direction. 31st of May, something electronic or technological or digital could experience a little bit of a mishap around the house. Maybe the internet is going to be down or something like that. So maybe you have, I don't know, like backup, like, I don't know, 5G or something like that. Someone could maybe drop by uninvited, unexpected at home. Not bad, but also there is an element of the impromptu here. I would maybe keep my schedule, my diary, a little bit more open on the 31st of May, because something all of a sudden could happen at home that requires you to intervene very, very quickly. For example, I don't know, all of a sudden a family member might need you to drive them somewhere. Just saying. It might not be anything bad, but it could just be unexpected. So keep that in mind. And last but not least, my dear Pisces, Pisces suns and Pisces risings. May 2024, what does it look like for you? Well, it's one of my favorite months this year. I know, it's a bold claim to make, but I'm going to stand by it. Why do I believe it's such a good month? Because we're going to have Venus in domicile this month, Mars in domicile, Jupiter changes signs, some really nicely aspected lunations. So both the new moon and the full moon is very, very nicely aspected. They're both very nicely aspected this month. Let me start with the beginning, or let me start from the top, Pisces. Venus, until the 23rd of May, is going to be transiting your third house. So you are probably going to feel quite inspired when it comes to writing, speaking, communicating, making presentations in front of people. You might also feel like it's very easy to send your point across if you are looking to buy or to sell something. If that is the case, if you're looking to buy or to sell something, it might feel like it's easy to find that thing. If you're looking for a buyer might find you, so that is great if you ask me. And if you need any help from people when it comes to dealing with financial matters, it does look like you are probably going to get the help that you need. Also, if you need to learn anything this month, and especially around the 8th of May, 3 days before, 3 days after, you might kind of like kick off a chapter that involves learning, studying, reading in some shape or form. It does feel like until the 23rd of May, you are very, very, very much enjoying the process of learning, of having your mind stimulated. If you're looking to buy maybe a new car, this is also a good period, with the exception, there are a few exceptions, as always in life, with the exception of the 1st of May, let's see, with the exception of the 17th of May, maybe also the day before. On the 1st of May, Venus squares Pluto, and on the 17th, Mars squares Pluto. So, yeah, not the ideal days in this regard. If you have siblings, your relationship with siblings is likely to feel much sweeter until the 23rd of May, and it could feel like you are much more on the same page. If you're looking to like get together, to make plans together, it's actually a really good time to do that, with the exception of, once again, the 1st of May and the 17th of May, my dear Pisces. And then from the 23rd of May until the 17th of June, Venus, planet of love, romance, enjoyment, pleasure, relaxation, social occasions. Venus enters your 4th house of home and family life, so you're probably going to really enjoy being at home, spending time at home with family members, hosting people in your home, maybe also potentially going out and attending social events with family members. You might also feel like your mind is very stimulated from the 23rd of May until the middle of June to maybe acquire nice things for the home. And I feel like your private life is going to be almost like an oasis for you, my dear Pisces, with Venus in Gemini. I apologize if I misspoke. From the 23rd of May until the 17th of June. Mars in Aries, the entire month. Mars is going to be in domicile in your second house of income. So if you've been experiencing misunderstandings, delays, frustrations, any sort of like issues, any sort of, let's say chaos, any sort of challenges when it comes to your money and finances, no more. Mars in Aries says no more. I am going to, with the speed of light, I am going to like solve everything. I'm gonna get things done. I'm gonna go after the money. So Mars is super driven and motivated to like reach its target. Things are probably going to move full speed ahead when it comes to financial matters in May, Pisces. You might get paid what you were owed. You might sign some important deals financially. You might be very driven and motivated to ask for that raise, and you might finally get it. The one thing about Mars is that it is quick to also spend money. So if you think you're like that, be extra cautious in May, dear Pisces. But it also feels like you're super driven to increase your overall financial security and stability. And you might actually have some really good results in this regards, especially around the 18th of May. Maybe also the day before and the day after, when Mars will conjunct the North Node. Around the 18th of May, it also feels like you could have some sort of like fated either like encounter or experience that is likely to result in more money in the long term, or that is likely to bring a novel source of income your way, Pisces. One of the transits that I'm most excited about in 2024 is also coming up this month, Pisces. Jupiter, the great benefic, your chart ruler, and also the ruler of your career sector. Jupiter enters Gemini on the 25th of May until June of 2025. Now, Jupiter, the great benefic, transits a sign once every 12 years. The last time it was in Gemini was between June 2012 until June 2013. And before that, between July 2000 until July 2001. Jupiter brings growth, expansion, adventure, new opportunities, faith in general, faith, positivity, optimism, joviality, and I would urge you to have a think about how your home and family sector maybe experienced growth, expansion, maybe how you experienced new opportunities in this sector between June 2012 until June 2013, and also, if you remember, between July 2000 until July 2001, my lovely Pisces. So how is this transit likely to manifest for you? For example, you might feel inspired to look for new opportunities from May of this year until June of 2025. Look for new opportunities when it comes to your home and living situation. So if you're feeling a little bit like meh, a bit dissatisfied with your existing home and living situation, Jupiter says, you can do better. Why not look for something better? So you might feel inspired to maybe look for something bigger. You might also feel inspired possibly to maybe live abroad, or kind of like live amongst people that are kind of like stimulating your mind in a novel way. Jupiter generally expands everything it touches, so it might literally expand your family. For example, you might welcome new family members in. It could be your own children, but it could also be the family growing overall. So if you have siblings, for example, one of your siblings could get married. Jupiter is the yes planet. So if you're looking for instance, to buy a home, to purchase a home, to make changes in terms of home and living situation, I would really take advantage of this transit. The thing with Jupiter in Gemini is that it can be a little bit all over the place, and it might try to to do too many things at once. So I would urge you to kind of to pace yourselves, Pisces, and to also pick a few very kind of distinct goals to work towards. Otherwise, you might just kind of scatter all of this energy. There is a possibility that some of you, between May of this year until June of 2025, could relocate because of how your career is evolving. Some of you could also maybe set up a business at home. That's also very possible. I feel like you really need to think things through and your mind is going to be like bursting with ideas with Jupiter in Gemini. Maybe it's also a good idea to bring family members on board and kind of like ask for their help, ask for their support, and think about how you can potentially benefit from family members. And I'm not saying that in a selfish way, because I'm sure like I'm pretty sure, because you're a Pisces, that you're helping family members also. Now I'm gonna go back to the beginning of the month, my lovely Pisces, because I took you through some of the most important transits of May. So let's look at the 1st of May. 1st of May, Venus squares Pluto. Something could happen on the road. There could be some sort of disruption on the road that prevents you from getting, I don't know, to like work in time. I would make some sort of a backup plan when it comes to home. Well, no, when it comes to I was thinking of like traveling home, but when it comes to being on the road and when it comes to reaching your destination by car, especially, maybe also by train, because things might not go as expected. There could also be some hidden maybe piece of information that comes to the surface connected with one of the following: a colleague, a sibling, a cousin, a neighbor, or connected with a purchase or a sale of some sorts. Similarly, on the 17th of May, with Mercury squaring Pluto, a piece of information that you were not aware of could come to the surface as well, connected with one of the following. The 1st of May and the 17th of May are not the best of days to buy things or to sell things, just as an FYI. 8th of May, active 3 days before, 3 days after, new moon in your 3rd house, sextiling Saturn. I feel like you are committing to learning something new that is going to help you accomplish your goals on a personal level, especially goals connected with your physical body, maybe goals connected with your life direction, potentially also goals connected with how you contribute to the collective, maybe also goals connected with how you contribute to a community. You could also start learning something together with a community, together with a group of people. It feels like you're also starting to learn new things about how your body functions. And this is probably going to result in you implementing some significant changes in terms of how you treat your body, how you take care of it, how you look after it, and so on. 15th of May, Mercury enters Taurus in your third house, so your mind is going to be super active, and it might feel like it's easier for the rest of May to find the right words to kind of like express your ideas in a manner that is practical, grounded, down to earth, and very persuasive. 17th of May, something could break down in terms of communication or in terms of your preferred mode of transportation. 18th of May, a day of good luck. A very lucky day, actually. The Sun conjuncts Jupiter in your 3rd house, so you might feel very lucky, blessed. You might feel like, I don't know, God, divinity, the universe is throwing something in your lap, like a massive gift of some sorts. It could be revealing itself as a gift. Sometimes I'm trying to be less symbolic, but it's hard with the astrology. So it could reveal itself as a gift that is connected with your professional life. So you might hear of an opportunity to collaborate with someone professionally. It might feel like a massive thing for you professionally, Pisces. This could also be the day when you present something in the professional sector and someone comes in and says, wow, I really believe in you and I want to invest in you. A day of very like incredibly successful like presentations, interviews, like conveying your message to the world career-wise. If you are a business owner, and if you're looking to sell your business, for example, this could be the time when you find someone who is not just interested, but maybe someone who believes in you so much they want to like purchase the business on the spot. I feel like you're having an aha moment, like a eureka moment, like an awakening type of moment, when it comes to really understanding what helps you be in your absolute top, like best, like shape and health. It feels like you have found some sort of a golden nugget in terms of knowledge around this time. I'm also liking that on the 18th of May, Venus conjuncts Uranus. You could have like an unexpected impromptu meeting with someone that completely kind of like opens up some sort of like new door, new window of opportunity for you to take advantage of professionally, but potentially also health-wise, my dear Pisces. 20th of May, the sun goes into Gemini, so your focus for the next month is going to be on your home life, family life, and living situation, and personal life in general. 22nd of May, the sun trines Pluto. It does feel like you are very successful in transforming something around the house. You could be very successful in transforming the relationship with someone in your family as well. If there were things that were left unsaid, if you were kind of like having a little bit of a harder time, maybe communicating with this person, it does feel like this day could give you a reset, like to the two of you when it comes to your interaction. You could also uncover a very, very important piece of information that maybe you thought was lost. Let's say 23rd of May, the day when Venus enters Gemini. We're also experiencing a full moon, active 3 days before, 3 days after, activating the Sagittarius Gemini axis. A full moon in your 10th house of career, public status, and public reputation, in a nice aspect to Pluto. So what am I seeing here? For some of you Pisces, I'm seeing some sort of like massive career success. Whether you are getting the promotion, you're getting the big kind of like the big job that you've been, I don't know, like applying for, interviewing for. Maybe you haven't been telling everyone about this, but now you can like share it with the world, and you can say, ta-da! I got it! I got the big promotion, or like I'm ready to go overseas and work for my company from a completely different country all together. It does feel like you have some massive news to share, like really auspicious news to share with the world about either your career, but also potentially maybe about your home life and family life. So for example, if you are kind of like getting ready to relocate, if you're getting ready to buy a property, if you're getting ready to like welcome a child, the news is good. The news is great, actually. It's big. It's very auspicious. It might have been kept hidden, and you are literally thrilled to share this with the world. This could also be the time when you are feeling very, very proud of your status and position in the world, and also of your contribution to society, my dear Pisces. It could feel like your contribution to society is being acknowledged and seen and recognized, and that doesn't just mean in a professional sense. You could be contributing to society in many different ways, not just in, I don't know, like working a corporate job. This full moon can also bring some really good news connected with parents, especially if any of your parents were looking to transform their life in some shape or form. For example, I don't know, like sell their house, or like change jobs, or change their work sectors. Success is the name of the game. Success that involves a massive reset, I would say. And last but not least, 31st of May, Mercury conjunct Uranus in your 3rd house. Things are probably not going to go according to plan when it comes to short distance traveling, when it comes to conversations, meetings. So someone might not show up to your meeting, or you might need to last minute reschedule your meeting. Nothing disastrous, nothing too bad, but it's just, I would recommend being a little bit flexible with meetings and travel and transportation on this day, because Uranus comes in and Uranus says, boom, I've got other plans for you. And that is May for Pisces. Now, folks, I really want to thank you for tuning in once again for your monthly horoscope. Don't forget that if you want to work with me, you can find me on my website, which is writteninthestars-astrology.com. That is writteninthestars-astrology.com. If you're a new client, you can go straight to the services section, to the 1 hour, 15-minute Zoom consultation. If you're an existing client, you have a few different options to choose from, such as the 1 hour year ahead forecast, or the shorter, like 30 minutes follow-up consultation if you have some really like specific questions or one area of interest that you would like us to go deeper into. writteninthestars-astrology.com. Also, I am on Instagram. My Instagram handle is @ruxunbelievable. So @ruxunbelievable in one word. In case you want to keep up with where my life is at, also from a personal standpoint. If this content is useful, interesting, don't forget to hit that like button, that subscribe button. Don't forget to comment and share with your folks, your friends, your loved ones. And you can also leave a donation to my channel using the thanks button underneath the video. Once again, if this is useful in any shape or form. Enjoy May, folks, and I will see you next time. Bye!